Thank you. I'm going to call the meeting of the Mohave County Board of Supervisors for April 18th of 2022 to order. Please join me in prayer followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Lord, we thank you and praise you today, Lord, for this nation, state, and county that you've given us, Lord. Please give us the wisdom to run it wisely. Watch over our employees, Lord. Many of them have dangerous occupations. Keep them safe. Bring them home safely to the loving arms of their family. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Board of Supervisors, by May motion, recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A 3, 4, and 7. Motion and action to call for an executive session to be held May 2nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel in accordance with ARS 38-431.03A 3, 4, and 7 to discuss items on the agenda with an asterisk.
So moved.
Second.
You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Have any pending legislation, Mr. Attorney?
No, Your Honor. Or no, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I'm back in court again.
Thank you, sir. Committee or legislative reports, Supervisor Bishop?
Yes, I attended on the 8th the County Supervisor Association Legislative Policy Committee meeting. Actually, I chaired it, and then I attended the Arizona ACJC meeting in Phoenix.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Angus?
Thank you. I also attended the LPC meeting at CSA, and things are starting to heat up, and hopefully in the next few weeks we'll have more to report to you. I also had a meeting with Jamie Schneider, who is the Director of Access, and that was very interesting. Some new information, hopefully, that we'll be sharing again in the months ahead, and that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Johnson? Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Thank you, Chairman Gould. I have some water updates to share this morning with everybody. Committee meetings down at the legislature ended the week of March 28th. And since that time, the legislature has been attempting to secure the necessary votes to accelerate their tax cuts from last legislative session. The legislature effectively has three priorities before ending the legislative session. The first is to pass their accelerated tax cuts. The second, proceed with a special session to pass what they're calling the Arizona Water Authority. And three, obviously, to pass the fiscal year 23 budget. Our representatives, Representative Regina Cobb, Leo Biasucci, Senator Sonny Borelli, have been unified and continue to be unified in their support of Mohave County on legislation related to both fourth priority Colorado River water and rural management areas. And we thank them for championing our critical water issues here. Since our last Board of Supervisors meeting, there was a meeting between our LD5 legislators and other high-ranking water legislators on both Priority 4 and RMA language. Our legislators, have indicated that they will leverage every opportunity that they have to ensure that both of those items pass this year. Additional and fourth priority water, the Central Arizona groups, such as Valley Partnership, everybody needs to remember that name, of which Greenstone Farms, who's doing the GSC to Queen Creek transfer currently, they're a member of Valley Partnership. They have been on the offensive attempting to combat our House Bill 2389, which is now going in front of the full Senate for a vote. And it would prohibit subsequent fourth priority Colorado River transfers off of the river east to central Arizona to continue their development at our expense, the expense of our river communities. Valley Partnership's membership clearly have plans by watching their actions to pursue additional transfers after the Greenstone transfer is finalized. Their latest initiative was to get the CAP board to adopt a position of opposition against our House Bill 2389 based upon erroneous claims that House Bill 2389 on fourth priority water is a violation of state and federal law. We found out about it at the last minute, and I went online to fill out what they call a blue card, which was read into their meeting record. They ended up voting to oppose that piece of legislation regardless. I've spoken with the chair of the CAP board since then. His name is Terry Goddard, former Attorney General, and we'll be scheduling a meeting between CAP elected board members and staff, Mohave County Water Authority, Mohave County elected members and staff, and High Ground to present our position in detail on the House Bill 2389. As a part of our advocacy on that front, we have combed through multiple Section 5 contracts, federal contracts, and highlighted the key sections that articulate the legality of the language contained in House Bill 2389. Our team has also been working to secure the votes of several legislators in the Senate. So we continue to press forward as hard as we can on all fronts. On the rural management area legislation, which has to do with our rural groundwater basins in Arizona, we've met with Representative Griffin in the House to address some of her concerns about the basins at risk language in the RMA bill. And we have been working on potential amendments to find more quantitative definitions of what we're calling basins at risk. So there would be some hard data, some scientific criteria that you'd have to qualify a basin to be a basin at risk. The most likely resolution of these two rural water issues, should House Bill 2389 related to Priority 4 water pass this session, it would be accompanied by legislation related to the Harquahala, as well as another bill on the McMullen and Butler basins, which are of interest to Central Arizona. And two, should the RMA legislation pass, it would be at the same time as any Arizona Water Authority legislation would pass. Also on April 6th, news station called ABC 15 featured many segments on water. In particular, they did an entire segment, I think it was almost 4 minutes, on the RMAs and the massive pumping that is occurring out in the Wallapai Valley Basin here in Mohave County. We were thankful for that coverage. I want to thank Manager Elters, Tim Walsh, our assessor, Jeannie Kench was there, Brett McKee, all those folks. Thank you for your time during that day. I think it turned out to be a good piece, and we're thankful for that coverage. Also on April 12th, the Coconino Board of Supervisors passed our resolution that mirrors ours in support of the RMA legislation. We're also attempting to get Yavapai County to adopt the same. And then last but not least, Mr. Chairman, the Wallapai Tribe federal water settlement, I haven't provided an update on that for a while, but I'm proud to say after another 15 months of Zoom meetings, the Wallapai Tribe, federal and state parties have reached a point where we are tentatively scheduled for a U.S. House hearing on May 12th. Representative O'Halloran's office is on track to introduce that federal legislation by early May. The state parties, including Mohave County, have been requested to be ready to submit statements in support of the legislation for the hearing record. So hopefully we're almost at the end of that long, tedious process. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
It's interesting information, Supervisor Lingenfelter. Thank you. Approval of County Manager report.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. I have one item, and it really deals with our vacancies. I just wanted to make you aware that in spite of the Board of Supervisors approving pay increase approximately 6 months ago and raising the entry level into county employment, we continue to experience higher than normal employment vacancies. It really does not surprise us in this current environment. We're not the only ones experiencing that. And that is truly, as I said, in spite of the Board of Supervisors acting proactively And in spite of the multiple job fairs that we had here and elsewhere, we're continuing to experience that, but we're continuing to do the best that we can. And this is just to keep you in the loop and keep you informed, make sure that you're aware of what we're dealing with. Thank you.
Questions for the county manager? Hearing none. Approval of the March 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisor meeting. Minutes?
So made.
You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Call of the public. Kenny Works, Yucca, Arizona. Tanya Dowson is on deck.
Good morning, Kenny Works, Yucca, Arizona. I just wanted to caution the Board of Supervisors on contemplating applications where the applicants aren't willing to expose their financial situations to the Board of Supervisors and it would be the same as refusing to tell the entire county of where their assets are coming from and the non-disclosure agreements from the applicants. I'd like to caution the supervisors on accepting these applicants and going ahead and giving them permits. I had a top secret security clearance in the Army, top secret crypto, and my dad had a security clearance. We built the items that I used in the Army, and my stepdad had a security clearance where he built the items that I used in the Army. And we come from a long line of people who were deemed honest enough to deserve these security clearances, and it's always been ingrained in me to be honest. And when applicants come up to the county and want to use a large portion of our county area to start a business, I'd like to know I don't want them keeping anything secret from us, because I want to know what their complete motives are, and without knowing who's funding them and so forth, it's impossible to know everything that we need to know as county residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Tanya Dowson. Jem Morgaine on deck.
Good morning, Tanya Dowson, taxpayer from Mohave County. I'm a former lifelong Californian. Our Board of Supervisors in California had one job, and that was to protect our life, liberty, and property so that we could pursue our happiness. And that's it. Apparently, they lost interest in that and started following another agenda. The United Nations says, think global, act local. They started selling our freedom for grants with virtuous sounding purposes like smart growth, sustainable development, high density walkable communities. I don't know how people in the country want high density walkable communities, but that was the Board of Supervisors. Today, the Marxists are using terms like diversity, equity, inclusion, social justice, racial equity. I wasn't about to have my tax dollars go to support policies that would ultimately lead to the loss of our freedom, so I came to Arizona. Freedom is an irresistible call. People cross treacherous oceans to find freedom. I only moved from California. That was fairly easy. I gave up the Santa Cruz Mountains with its beautiful redwoods and views from the Monterey Bay to the beach and boardwalk. I gave up the Golden Hills of Calaveras County because open socialist supervisors were betraying us. Freedom is the best thing Arizona has going for it. Now I see our freedom is slipping away here under the same process. I hope my next move doesn't have to be to Florida. Florida is over 2,000 miles away, but I'm willing to make the journey if it means I can be free. And you'll all be stuck here with the Marxist in your new California, and I wish you luck with that if that happens. So, on another topic, the Board of Supervisors meeting that I attended last, the manager spoke of a Leadership Academy training course in which a number of our county employees graduated. I spoke with the Director of Human Resources, Ken Cunningham, to find out more about the program, since my tax dollars are paying for that. I guess $2,900 a piece or something. He told me I could go to agts.com for more information. I noticed agts.com offered classes called Valuing and Managing Diversity. I wanted to find out more about what that was, since today diversity is often being used as a cover for discrimination. The agts.com website states that transcripts of the class are free to members upon request. I asked Mr. Cunningham for a copy of the transcript since I paid for it. He said the transcripts were proprietary material and that the information couldn't be shared with the public. How can our government be participating in training that could potentially be used against the taxpayers of Mohave County? Taxpayers have a right to know what the government employees are being taught. Mr. Cunningham suggested I speak to County Council, but I think this is more appropriate for the Arizona Attorney General. Please make the transcript of all classes our employees are taking available to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jim Morgaine and Chris Rodarty's on deck.
Good morning, Jem Morgan, District 1 constituent. I'm here today to talk about my county tax bill that was prompted by this conversation that took place at the last supervisor meeting. Mr. Attorney, does Board of Supervisors have any authority over public education funding? Mr. Chair, no. Thank you, sir. The call to the public is supposed to be over things that the board has authority over, not a political smear by a teachers union. If this is the case, then I need someone to explain why my tax bill has a charge of nearly $21 for the state school tax equalization, $114 plus for Kingman Unified School District for public education funding, almost $61 for Mohave Community College public education funding, $2.50 for the Wave Education District public education funding. It seems that Mr. Chair and Mr. County Attorney don't understand what authority the board has. So I want to introduce you to Mr. School Superintendent. And this is Mike File. He's an elected county position or a county official. His office is on the second floor. He was elected for educational and fiscal management and support for local schools and communities. You also don't seem to understand that public schools or schools in general in Mohave County are nonpartisan public schools. And the schools are not segregated, so the Republican students are going to the same schools, the same chronically underfunded schools as Democrats. And since we predominantly only have public schools, our school choice is relegated to 99% of Mohave County students are choosing public schools. So the political smear claim, the Arizona Education Association is a nonpartisan organization comprised of public school employees, both Democrat and Republican in Arizona. Their one mission is keeping the promise of quality public education in Arizona. That's the one thing they do. So they have people down at the Capitol who keep track of education-related legislation. This is for one legislative session. Our legislators, all those green check marks, those are votes that they made that support public education in Mohave County. But all those red cross marks are votes that they made that fail to support public education in Mohave County. So when Sharon Weber posted this graphic during her presentation, this is not a political smear, Mr. Chair. This is the uncomfortable truth of our representation at the Capitol for public education.
Chris Rodarty and Michael Huron is on deck.
Good morning, Chris Rodarty, Kingman. The 1991 Persian Gulf War was, according to global elitist President George H.W. Bush, about, quotes, more than one small country. It's a big idea, a new world order. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, we are in a very different war, this time for the very survival of our republic. Rampant throughout today's Board of Supervisors agenda are items peppered with language embraced by the globalist New World Order. Democrats and Republicans alike are bent on tearing down our republic and replacing it with a one world government, as prophesied in Revelation 13:7-8. It seems we are marching steadily toward Agenda 2030 as our elected public servants blindly sign off on unconstitutional contracts, proposals, and agreements, committing us to egregious requirements set forth by the United Nations. I know there are at least 2 supervisors, possibly 3, who respect and follow the Constitution while honoring their oaths to uphold and defend it. I don't know the hearts of our other supervisors, but I trust they have the best interests of Mohave County and its citizens in mind when casting their votes. So today I am pleading with you, carefully read and dissect each item for its conformity to the U.S. Constitution. Please be aware always to protect our unalienable rights. Please do not allow the globalist communists to sneak in under the tent. And please uphold and defend our precious Constitution before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Michael Huron.
Hello. I am Michael Heron from Golden Valley, Arizona. I've lived there for 7.5 years. This is the first time I've ever been in this meeting, so if I am doing anything wrong, let me know. I have a real problem with the Highway 68 highway modifications. In other words, they put a center divider down Highway 68 and left very few left turn lanes. Now, I have written emails to Michelle Biggs for months, and the only justification for the highway modification was for safety. The safety means that they were trying to avoid crossover accidents, which is fine. I don't disagree with that. But the design should have left turn lanes in the businesses in Golden Valley. There's no left turn to Sonic, and they're open 7 days a week. There's no left turn to Dollar General, they're open 7 days a week. Family Dollar has no left turn, they're open 7 days a week. Mobile home sales, shed business, El Rancho restaurant, which is also open 7 days a week. And the one that really gets me is there's only one permanent mobile home park for seniors in Golden Valley. And they have no left turn lane. They live there 24/7. They have 2 choices to get out of the mobile home park. And that is to turn right and then make a U-turn, which I don't think is very advisable. Or they take about a minimum of 3 miles detour to get to a road that has a left turn lane. However, Double R hay sales, they have a left turn lane. They're open 5 days a week, and I guarantee you their gate is closed more than it's open. That looks really suspicious. My perception is, could be a brother-in-law deal, could be an under-the-table deal, I don't know, but that's my perception. All the businesses with no left turn are losing money every week. The Family Dollar employee told me that the employees are quitting because they don't want to make U-turns on Highway 68. U-turns are dangerous, and I have had at least a dozen close calls from people making U-turns on Highway 68. And there's also signs that say no U-turns. Where there is a left turn lane, it says no U-turn. Well, that's not enforced. First of all, I know that the Sheriff's Department is represented here, and I commend them on their things that they do and probably lack of manpower to patrol this area. The new section of 68, they've never finished the right lane, and so your car goes like this when you drive down the highway, and the speed limit was reduced to 50 miles an hour, which I agree with for Highway 68, but nobody pays attention to that. Take an unmarked car down 68 sometime, and you'll see what I mean.
Sir,
People
your time
traveling
is
through
your
are
time
not
is
gonna stop
expired.
at one of these businesses.
Your time expired, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down. Mr. Attorney, is the superintendent, county superintendent of public instruction a member of the Board of Supervisors?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I was just confused by one of the testimony received by the supporter of the teachers union. Thank you, sir. Proclamation.
Mr. Chairman, before we go on to the proclamation, I'd like to ask the county attorney if he's aware of any violations that this board has done that's in opposition to our Constitution. Mr. Attorney, are you aware of anything that we've done that's been against the Constitution of the United States?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, no, I'm not.
And if you did so recognize something that was in violation, would you not call it to our attention immediately?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, yes, that would be my duty.
Okay, thank you very much. And to the speaker from Golden Valley, Mr. Herron, Highway 68 is a state highway, and it's not maintained by Mohave County. So there's really nothing that this board can do to alleviate the problems with the existing improvements to Highway 68 under the guise of safety, and I think that's what ADOT was wanting, to improve the safety and save lives of our traveling public. But this board does not have any authority. So thank you very much for coming down. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Chairman Gould, may I ask
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
the attorney a question regarding one of the speakers? I believe the Mohave Community College and also all of the school districts have their own elected governing boards. They set their own tax rates. And it doesn't have anything to do with this board. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lingenfelter, yes, that's correct.
So if you want to affect change with education, go to those school boards is what you should probably be doing. So.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Chairman Gould,
Supervisor
well, while
Angus.
we're at it, might as well make it 4 or 5. Is it legal for material not to be made public? As one of the speakers talked about, being told that's information. I'm not talking about information that was illegal, just information for a class was proprietary. Is that legal?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Angus, when we talk about public records and what is a public record, normally that's a clear cut, does the government have the record? One of the areas where it gets a little complex is when we're considering proprietary information. So businesses do have proprietary information, and when the county does business with them, just because they've done business with a government agency doesn't mean that everything in that business is now public record. And so there's going to be some fine lines as to what is public record and what is not. As it relates to this matter, I haven't gotten deep into it.
I'd like to put this on the agenda for our next meeting because I think it needs to be talked about. Thanks.
Supervisor Johnson, you care to weigh in? Thank you, sir. A proclamation to approve declaring the week of April 24th, 2022 to April 30th, 2022 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in Mohave County. It's the pleasure of the board.
Motion to approve?
Second.
You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Presentations, presentation. Oh, okay. Approve a proclamation declaring the month of April 2022 as Fair Housing Month in Mohave County. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Looking for a second.
You can second it.
I'll second that. You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay, because I think it's stupid.
Yeah. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Presentations. Presentation of the Mohave County Economic Development Department website by Tammy Ursenbaugh, Economic Development Director. Tammy.
Thank you. Oops. I worked really hard on this the last few weeks. Was out of town for part of it. So I want to start with, no, wait. I thought it was showing, oh, there it is. It's up on the board now. I want to start with the first page and the picture that's on there. The picture is a county-owned picture. And that's what I want to be able to do later in the website, but because of the timing, I do not have a lot of pictures and images in the website yet, but they will be coming, and I just wanted to preface that. So the homepage is going to look like this with tiles, and it's got the 5 tiles: locate and grow your county, data, partners and resources, community, and live and visit. And then it's got a mission statement towards the bottom. The very top says, welcome to Mohave County, where we live, where work-life balance is easy to achieve. Work, family, learning, connect, and fun. And we wanted to really hopefully bring that out so that the people, as they come, will be able to feel like it's not just a place to work, it's not just a place to come, but it's the full picture. So under the first tab, it's locate and grow your company, and it's got 5 different tabs. One is transportation, one is industrial parks, incentives, licenses and taxes, and business retention and expansion. And under those, obviously, there's quite a bit of information. The next one is data, and I obviously didn't put all the data on here, but there's data on the demographics of the county, our industry, our education, the jobs. There's quite a bit of information there, and we can put more later, but this is quite a bit of information to get started. And then partnerships and resources, again, this is just a little bit of what that's going to look like in 2 different areas. But we've got cities and tribes, state and regional partners, higher education, local associations, and later there will be nonprofits, and chambers. And the chambers will be the large 4 that we have, our smaller chambers, and our regional partners of chambers. And then we go into communities, and this part, because of timing, I just copy and paste from the current website, but it will be changed. And a lot of the information later will be changed, but we wanted to get this up and going as quickly as possible. So we've got the incorporated cities, and later we will have the unincorporated cities as well. I just need to hire somebody to help me, so I'm not doing this by myself. The next one is Live and Play, and again, the pictures and information will be updated and made better, but we do have links to the Bullhead, Kingman, and Lake Havasu tourism site so that they can go directly to those, and more information will be added later. We've got our Parks and Recreation site, golf courses. In that we have also, I'm sorry, wrong side of the page. We have, climate, cost of living, maps, that type of thing will be under that area as well. So it will be going live as soon as you approve this, and then we will continue to update it weekly, probably more than once a week. I'll be updating it as I continue to get more information, more content.
Questions for Tammy? Okay. Supervisor Johnson, any questions?
Okay.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
Consent agenda. The following items listed under consent agenda will be considered as a group and acted upon by one motion with no separate discussion of said items unless a board member so requests. In that event, the item will be removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion and action. Supervisor Bishop, you have anything you'd like to remove?
21.
21. Supervisor Angus?
13, 23, 32, and 33.
Thank you. Supervisor Johnson? Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda, less items 13, 21, 23, 32, and 33.
So moved.
Mr. Chairman, 32 and 33 are under the regular agenda.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was my mistake. Let me make sure I,
Good catch, Supervisor. So I'm looking for a motion
sorry.
to approve the consent agenda, less items 13, 21, and 23.
So moved.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item 13.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. I took this off because it was asked of me to take it off, but I do have a few questions about it myself. Is Byron here? Yeah.
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Angus, be willing to answer any questions you have.
Okay, so this is, it says, so people know what we're talking about, an proven increase in the FY 2022 Emergency Food and Shelter Program budget from 1,816 revenues to 7,147 due to an increase in program grant funding due to the pandemic. So I looked at the backup material and I saw, you know, the explanation about the administrative costs, but can you tell us, you're in cooperation with nonprofits, so this money and how much money we're talking about is disseminated between nonprofits? I'm trying to understand the program.
Supervisor Angus, the program is essentially one that was established in 1988, and it provides, there's a national board, Food and Shelter Board, and each year they get money from Congress that is allocated to each county in the country, essentially based on unemployment numbers. And in the past, what this has been used for is to go to the nonprofits. The money that comes to the county doesn't come to the county government. It's allocated to the county itself. And we're supposed to have a local board that reflects the membership that's on the national board. So each phase of the program, which used to be in conjunction with fiscal years, but they've gotten behind a little bit, so sometimes we have several phases running at once. But each of those phases, we establish a new board and ask for membership from the same organizations that are present on the national board. That board then elects a chair and a secretary to essentially facilitate the program. And since I've been here on and since 2003, when I first came on board, this has been the responsibility of emergency management. I'm not exactly sure why. It is a FEMA program, and I think that's why it was put in emergency management. But it's the task involved here in essentially providing to the nonprofits money that they could use for community services is not normally one that's under emergency management. However, we have been running that, and my understanding was that was at the direction of the board back in the 1990s. So we see...
How much money has been disseminated from this?
I haven't got a total over this is like 39 years. This is a 39.
All right, so from the last 2 years.
Well, I would say in most years we see anywhere from it's about 80,000 to 120,000 from the normal program. But what's happened as a result of COVID is they provided additional funding. And this year, they're actually providing $270,000 under ARPA, which is in addition to the $87,000 that we receive under the normal program. So the way we divide this up is we look at each area of the county, essentially the population areas around the 4 incorporated cities, and we determine what the unemployment and the poverty levels are in those individual areas and determine how we're going to proportion out the money. This is the local board that does this. This isn't Mohave County. Mohave County provides essentially the legwork for looking at information up, and we provide them information on proportionally how much should fairly go to each area of the county, and then that funding that goes into each area of the county is divided up among what's called the local recipient organizations that apply for funding within those areas.
So they have to specifically apply for this grant?
Yes, well, the grant is just automatically awarded.
Right,
when we're notified of it, we make a public notice that we send out and say, here's the grant funding that's available, here's who's eligible for it, and we encourage them to apply. And over the years, we've had, depending on the phase, the particular year, we've had anywhere from a dozen to 2 dozen local recipient organizations that have applied for it and received funding.
So if this is a board, an independent board, is that what you said?
It's essentially an independent board.
How come we have a administrative fee?
Because it allows a 2% administrative fee in the grant for the organization that actually administers the program. And so that
whether or not it applies or not, you still take it?
Well, I can tell you that the amount of money that we receive, you can see in a normal year, it's less than $2,000. And I can tell you that this has been administered over the years. I've had 3 different emergency management technicians who've done an excellent job in working with the LROs, local recipient organizations, in helping them get their funding, which they do directly after the money's allocated. They work directly with the national board, but they have a lot of problems, and so we've helped facilitate that. And I can tell you that that small amount of money that we get doesn't remotely cover the amount of effort put into by my techs.
Ideally, it should just go right to the nonprofits. They apply for grants all the time. So this is like you're just the middleman on it.
That's right.
You're right. All right, thanks.
Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that this is a very important part of the funding that the Kingman Area Food Bank gets every year, and the need has been increasing. And I spoke to the executive director this morning, Mr. Mark Perdue, and he just wanted to send his sincere thank you for providing this type of financial backing to supplement some of the food donations that we get here locally. And I say we because, for full disclosure, I am one of the directors of the food bank. So I get to see how this works personally, and I also thank you for administering the program. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Tanya Dowsend.
13.
Thanks, Byron.
Good morning. Tanya Dowson, taxpayer from Mohave County. I'm against this agenda item because it's redistributive, in that the government is using the threat of violence against us to take our money and give it to others who haven't earned it. To quote the late P.J. O'Rourke, there is no virtue in compulsory government charity. There is no virtue in advocating it. A politician who portrays himself as caring and sensitive because he wants to expand the government charitable programs is merely saying that he's willing to try to do good with other people's money. Well, who isn't? And a voter who takes pride in supporting such programs is telling us that he'll do good with his own money if a gun is pointed at his head. The government taking money from us to provide resources and services for others is public use and a clear violation of the 5th and 14th Amendment because there's no due process and there's no just compensation. I realize unscrupulous politicians schemed ways around this, but redistribution is still a blatant violation of our human rights. Giving people resources and services is charity. For every one of my dollars the government takes to give charity is one less dollar I have to give to charities that I see that are far more worthy. You're taking my freedom to choose my charities. You're taking my liberty. Government must not presume it could decide for me which charities I contribute to. To add insult to injury, agenda item number 13 says the American Red Cross, Catholic Charities, the Jewish Federation of North America, National Council of Churches of Christ, the Salvation Army, the United Way are involved with faith-based organizations and other various organizations. Who are the other various organizations? What are the faith-based organizations? Will the American Red Cross, Catholic Charities, Jewish Federation of North America, National Council of Churches of Christ, and the Salvation Army and the United Way be directing our tax money? Are you aware that the National Council of Churches of Christ openly advocates for reparations on their website? Are you aware that the Salvation Army has been affiliated with the United Nations since the formation as one of the founding NGOs? And the Salvation Army holds consultative status at the United Nations, and the Salvation Army supports the United Nations Anti-American Sustainable Development Agenda goals, also known as Agenda 2030. Chris Rodarty has more detailed information on these organizations, and most of the information came directly from the websites of these organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chris Rodarty.
Chris Rodarty, Kingman. I'm opposed to item 13. According to the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, such rights are bestowed by our government, and the peoples enjoy only rights that our government bestows. The UN doesn't recognize that our rights are unalienable and inherent, and that government should derive its power from the consent of the governed. I'm sure the media won't report on this, but are you aware that the American Red Cross openly aspires to be an organization fully committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion? Well, diversity, equity, and inclusion sound virtuous, but when you look at them closely, those items are part of an insidious anti-America propaganda campaign. Making decisions based on diversity is really a form of discrimination, since people are treated differently because of characteristics that have nothing to do with actual job performance. Our government doesn't define equity like we might. According to the feds, equity definitely does not mean equality. In the words of HUD, quote, equity is about fairness. It ensures that each person gets what that person and or population needs, unquote. And HUD goes on to explain, quote, to achieve equity, policies and procedures may result in an unequal distribution of resources, but will lead to equitable outcomes for everyone, unquote. That sounds just like Karl Marx, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. Are you aware that Catholic Charities installed a trendy diversity officer at its national headquarters? And that according to writer and editor Brian C. Anderson, Catholic Charities encouraged low-income parishioners to form agitation networks to lobby politicians, stage protests, and pursue social change by demanding more entitlements from the welfare state or by intimidating a local utility into adopting a no shut-off policy when the bills aren't paid. So is inciting low-income people to agitate for social change instead of teaching them to fish the most effective way to liberate the poor? Are you aware that the United Way Worldwide supports the discriminatory and redistributive diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda, and that the United Way Worldwide, in partnership with the UN, supports the Sustainable Development Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals? Our tax dollars should not be going to organizations whose discriminatory and redistributive values are in direct conflict with protecting our individual rights and the U.S. Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have a motion. Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to ask our attorney once again, Mr. Attorney, do you see any threats of violence or intimidation with this agenda item? And also, do you see any violations of the Fifth and Fourth Amendments or the U.S. Constitution in this?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, this is a agreement that has been in place for many years. I don't see any violation with continuing administering this agreement as it sets.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Angus.
Just for clarification, the money given out is used here in Mohave County. Like Supervisor Bishop said, food bank, and when they apply for the grant, they have to explain exactly what the money is going to be used for, and then they have to report an account for that, correct?
That's correct. They apply for the funding, and they have to specify what they're going to use it for. I think I clarified that in the backup, that it can be used for food, either cooked meals or groceries. It could be used for shelter. It could be used for rental assistance and utility assistance and that type of thing. So it's essentially providing community assistance to those that are low income, unemployed, homeless. And we allocate out the funding based on the criteria that the local board adopts based on our research.
Right.
And then we provide that information to the national board, what's allocated to each of the local recipient organizations. And then at that point, it's up to them to work directly with the national board to do the reporting that's required. They have to meet the requirements under the grant, which there are certain requirements they have to, but the money then goes directly to those local recipient organizations to be used by those organizations here in Mohave County.
Okay. That was a long answer, I guess, to the question of, does any of this money go to the national offices of these nonprofits? The United Way, Christian Charity?
No.
Okay. That's where I was getting at. Thank God. Thank you.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman. Byron, off the top of your head, maybe you know, maybe you don't, but the criteria for the recipients of this funding, do you know what the criteria are? There's a criteria that establishes a clear need, correct?
Well, it's essentially the criteria, as I mentioned earlier. They have to provide those type of services that I mentioned earlier to their constituents. That what I mentioned earlier with the food support, the rental assistance, that type of thing. They have to provide one of those services or more, and they have to provide that to the local population in Mohave County.
Just to ask, because I'm not entirely familiar with these types of services, but if you have somebody that's asking for these services and they're known to have drug use, right, but they need food, did they qualify, or do they get put into some sort of a program? How does that work? I don't want to get into the weeds, but...
Well, there's no vetting process where the constituents that come in have to be vetted in terms, are they free of drug use? Are they free of alcohol use? Essentially, the program says, you have to not discriminate in whoever comes in to ask for assistance.
Yeah. And I think philosophically, that's where I have a little bit of issue is, as some of the speakers have spoken about, if we really want to help these people, there should be some way to identify those folks that need to get into some sort of another program and not just, I won't go into that, but that's all. Thanks.
Further questions for Byron? I think we have a motion without a second.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay, and I vote nay. The ayes appear to have it, so ordered. I'm going to go ahead and go to item 38. I've got people holding. Sorry, Sheriff.
Wait. Okay.
Before I get into that, one of the speakers spoke about P.J. O'Rourke. And P.J. O'Rourke had an interesting quote, giving money to politicians is like giving whiskey and your car keys to teenagers. So I think most people could enjoy that. Okay, if we can bring up Kurt Olson and Sean Smith. I thought they were going to be on video. Oh, okay. Mr. Olson, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me, Chairman Gold?
Well, I can't hear you, but I can't see. I thought I was going to be able to see you, but thank you for being here.
My camera says it's on, but I have an echo.
You still? Can you?
Should I log out and log back in?
I don't know. Hold for technical difficulties. Let me explain a little bit why I put this item on the agenda. I was contacted about a month ago by State Senator Borelli. They were looking for counties to join a lawsuit in joining the use of electronic voting machines. Since due to the open meeting law, I cannot communicate with the other members of the Board of Supervisors to get their opinion on any item. So what I thought we should do is put this item on the agenda. That way we can have an open discussion about it. Mr. Olson is an attorney with Parker Daniels and Kybert LLC. And Mr. Sean Smith is a former military security expert. Mr. Olson will go over the legal aspect, but we'll have Mr. Smith go over the security risk with voting machines first. So when we get them up and without an echo, we'll proceed.
He doesn't have a camera showing, the other gentleman does, but this gentleman does not.
Okay.
I don't know why he has an echo. We don't have an echo on our side.
Mr. Olson, do you still have an echo?
There is an echo when I speak on my end.
Echoing.
Why don't I log out and I'll log right back in and see if that resolves the issue, Chairman?
Should we go ahead and take another item while they're working on that?
The other gentleman is on and has,
Mr. Smith is on.
and you can see.
Okay.
Echo was on that.
There we go. Mr. Smith, do you want to go ahead and give us a rundown on the security issues with voting machines, electronic voting machines?
I'm happy to do that. So just so you understand my background, I'm not a cyber professional. What I did was operational testing within the Department of Defense. So I tested mostly space systems, but a lot of non-space systems as well. And I was responsible for oversight for operational testing for all Department of Defense space systems except for satellite communications in my last assignment as an officer and in the Office of the Director of Operational Test and Evaluation under the Office of Secretary of Defense. In that role, I also got exposed to a lot of adversarial threat capabilities because it was my job to prescribe what were adequate test requirements for our Department of Defense weapon systems. And then I did something called adversarial assessment, some work for the same office where we looked at what had been compromised and exfiltrated by some of our foreign nation state enemies and what impact that had on the combat capability, effectiveness, survivability of our weapon systems and the forces using them. So that's my background before I got into looking at voting and election systems, which didn't start for me until November 2020. But now it's what I do full time. And so the things I'm going to talk to you about are just what is open source information. I'll be happy to provide the sources for any of them. And I'll give you my earnest opinion as someone who is responsible for testing Department of Defense weapon systems that are facing very much these same threats. So you all may, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I've looked up the information for the voting systems that you use. You use ES&S, Election Systems and Software voting system, EVS 6.0.4.0 in Mohave County. That's what the records state. That system was tested with different optical ballot scanners, DS200s, 450s, 850s, and then also touchscreen devices that are ADA compliant, the Express Vote XL. And so you can look up the election, you can look up the testing records for all of those and the configuration records. And there's also been some other independent third-party testing. For example, in California, the California Secretary of State had a firm called Freeman, Craft and McGregor conduct testing on essentially the same system. It wasn't the same version, but the hardware, software components are effectively the same. And so what I'm going to talk about is just what I've learned from reading those and what you could learn. And then I'll relate that to what I understand about the threat environment. So just so I don't bury the lead, let me start out and tell you that from my personal opinion, based on what I have seen with Department of Defense weapon systems, as well as contractors and government systems and how they've been compromised, I don't think it's possible to secure these voting systems against hacking and unauthorized use. And specifically and principally because from the very beginning, the systems are built using components, computer systems and components integrated into them that are manufactured overseas of foreign-made components by foreign workers with no supply chain security. So supply chain security is probably the most dramatic area of exponential growth in threat to computer systems in U.S. industry and government. Because we no longer manufacture almost any computer component at all in the United States. We haven't really for several years. So for example, if your systems use Dell laptops, there aren't any Dell laptops made since 2016 outside the People's Republic of China. And every single manufacturing facility in the People's Republic of China has political officers at a minimum inserted from the People's Liberation Army. And then they also, they have a track record of inserting supply chain compromises. A good example would be in 2018, there was a U.S. Motherboard manufacturer called Supermicro, but they manufactured their devices in China. And their motherboards that they manufactured there and shipped to the United States that were used by Apple, Amazon, and Google all had supply chain compromises, a hardware component inserted into them that was disguised. It was disguised as a tiny little power coupler or power conditioner. And what it in fact was a relay device that was relaying data off of Apple, Amazon, Google server stacks to People's Republic of China, to People's Liberation Army, to one of the advanced persistent threat teams. So just as an example. So back to your systems. So your systems, according to the testing report, use either Dell Latitude laptops or Dell Optiplex computers or PowerEdge servers as your election management system servers. So this is the heart of your voting system. All of what is scanned off your tabulators goes into that election management system server, and then there are databases there that add up all those votes, and then it supports the reporting of those vote totals and results. And so what you see is theoretically the result of what has been calculated and maintained in those databases. But that hardware itself and the off-the-shelf software that they use is inherently extraordinarily vulnerable. For example, the Windows 7 operating system that's used on the Latitude machines, or the Windows Server operating system used on the Optiplex or the PowerEdge Dell servers, both of those software operating systems have a minimum of 2,000 published known vulnerabilities, not all of which are patched or patchable. And then you use Adobe Acrobat, and that has over 270 published vulnerabilities. And you can look up the vulnerabilities themselves on MITRE's CVE, Common Vulnerabilities and Exploits database. It's all published online. You also use in that software OpenSSL, which is like a authentication software, and that OpenSSL adds an additional 200 vulnerabilities. So my point in saying this is your machines were vulnerable when they were built. They were vulnerable because of where they were built. They were vulnerable in the software that was applied to them. And your only safeguard or protection against your elections being compromised on those systems because of those vulnerabilities would be the testing that is conducted. Because certainly, and this isn't to denigrate any public officials, but certainly your county officials are not cyber experts, right? I mean, I know I've met now a lot of public officials, and I've yet to meet any that are running elections that know even a sliver of what I know about cyber. And when I talk to people who are really cyber experts, they slow down to talk to me. That's how much difference there is between the public officials responsible for these systems and somebody who really understands the cyber threat environment and can do something to protect systems about it. So your systems were built vulnerable. They were installed with software that is inherently vulnerable. And then you had security testing. But that security testing is completely inadequate. And I know this because I've now read probably 130 test reports from the voting system testing labs. I've seen their certification standards. I've looked at the credentials of their personnel. For example, ProVNV is one of the 2 remaining certified or accredited voting system testing labs. And their director of testing admitted in court proceedings in Georgia that he doesn't have any particular cybersecurity expertise or background, which is a very, very bad preparation for being the sole defender and protector of our voting systems against cybersecurity threats. So I would say, the Election Assistance Commission and the regime of accreditation that provides this assurance to U.S. citizens and to public officials like our elected officials, if they can miss these kind of vulnerabilities like what we found in Mesa County, Colorado, with the manipulation in the voter database, or what they found in Maricopa with the destruction of election records and the misconfiguration, or in Antrim, or in Mesa, where they found wireless networking devices that were incorporated into the systems and never tested at all. If they can miss these kind of things, then they're not adequate to protect against a threat that is good enough to even penetrate Department of Defense systems, where the Department of Defense is spending, $9 to $11 billion a year to defend its systems, and is still being compromised. So when I look at your voting systems, and your voting systems aren't worse than anybody else's, honestly, your voting systems are just exactly like everybody else's. You guys use ES&S, they're the largest vendor. I think they provide voting systems in 42 different states. When I look at them, they're not better or worse than any of the others. They're just all grossly insecure. And you don't have any protection against it because your own public officials don't know what they're doing in cybersecurity. And the voting system testing labs themselves are, the best I could say is they're incompetent. That's the very best I could say. So when Freeman, Kraft, and McGregor tested the system that's essentially identical to yours, they found over 200 misconfigurations from a security perspective, things that should have been set a certain way to comply with voluntary voting system guidelines, the federal guidelines, and instead were configured a different way that was less secure or completely insecure. And then the scanners, you guys, I think, as I understand it, you use the DS850, which is the highest speed optical ballot scanner. And they found over, I want to say it was 50, I think they found 50 vulnerabilities that were known vulnerabilities in the systems that were being used, but they had not been identified during the accreditation or certification testing by the voting system testing lab. And those vulnerabilities, I'm just talking about the ones that are level 7 through 10, which are the most severe kind of vulnerabilities. So I also wanted to bring up, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but the company that sold you the voting systems, the ES&S, the vendor, in 2012, a report came out that that explained that they had included on the systems they sold to U.S. jurisdictions. From 2000 to 2006, ES&S had installed software called PC Anywhere on their voting systems without the knowledge of the customers, the cities and counties that were buying these voting systems. And that PC Anywhere is remote access software. It should never have been installed on a voting system. They did it for 6 years, and it wasn't discovered until 6 years after they had already stopped doing it, even though the Election Assistance Commission, the voting system testing labs, et cetera, were all in place. And you know, maybe a company's stripes change, but in 2020, the Election Assistance Commission had to direct ES&S to notify customers that it had that ES&S had marketed DS200s with wireless cellular modems installed to them as being both tested and certified by the Election Assistance Commission. And the Election Assistance Commission said that was a misrepresentation. In other words, it was a lie. They lied to customers. And as a result of that, ES&S had to notify, I want to say it was over 80 customers, and some of those customers are entire states or counties, that they had sold them these optical scanners that had wireless cellular modems installed in them, and that they had used them in elections, despite the fact that those systems had not, in fact, been tested or certified. So I don't know, for me, that's not a company that I could trust. The only way, from my perspective, that you could protect yourself would be to have actual cyber experts like Cypher, that was used in Maricopa, Ben Cotton's group, to have them do independent forensic examination of your voting systems. And that's what I would recommend before you ever use them in another election. So let me stop there. I know that was a lot, and just ask if you have any questions about anything.
Questions for Mr. Smith? Supervisor Angus?
Thank you very much. I'm one of those people who know absolutely nothing about cybersecurity, so please bear with me. This is very general. Before the meeting, we were handed, it appears to be like a question and answer. There was no to or from on it, so I'm assuming, Ginny, that it was...
It was from me.
Oh, it was from you, but did you answer them, or did elections answer?
Elections.
So there was questions you gave, and then, okay, great. So one of the questions was, is the tabulation equipment connected to the internet at any time? And the response from our elections department is never. So all of this, just that it sounds like it's you know, things that can happen because of these wireless things. So is there any system that is not connected to the internet at all?
Are you asking me, ma'am?
If we're being told that our system, our election, nothing is connected to the internet, can that happen? Is that true?
Yeah. Are you asking if it's true that they could be connected to the internet?
If we're being told from our elections department that it's not connected to the internet, can it be? Can we be unaware that it is?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I'm only going to use open source. I can't obviously talk about anything that's classified. I'm still under non-disclosure agreement and restricted in what I can share from what I was became aware of, briefed on, studied, etc. But I just want to bring up, for example, Pegasus. So Pegasus is software that is installed on smartphones. It was software developed by the Israeli government, and then it was leased through a Israeli company to other foreign governments so that they could use it to install it. It's essentially spyware that allows the undetected control of pretty much any function on an affected smartphone. So in other words, the smartphone that I'm using right now, the smartphones you have, anyone's in the world, could be infected with this without them actually intentionally downloading anything, without them clicking on anything. And that software can control their cameras, their microphones, can forward data, copies of text and email messages. All of that is possible. And that's really the tip of the iceberg. So the idea that an elected official or an election official, that a public official with no intense cybersecurity training or background and without the tools to do intrusion detection, and without even a baseline of the software, and particularly without any supply chain security on the hardware being used, the idea that they would know whether or not a system was connected to any external unauthorized network, or even whether a wireless device was present in the network, that idea is ludicrous. And I understand that the public officials have been told that these systems are not connected, and they've been given this talking point specifically from National Association of Secretaries of State and National Association of State Election Directors. But it's nonsense. So it's complete nonsense. So this is like the joint statement that we saw from CISA, from Department of Homeland Security, Chris Krebs' group, where they said this was the most secure election in U.S. history. I encourage anyone who thinks that's true to go back and look at the people who made the statement. They were they were exclusively election industry insiders, many of them from the voting system vendors themselves. So I know they've been told to say this. I know they've been told this. Some of them may actually believe it. But there is no way for someone to know that without having complete control over the system now, and also a complete understanding of what occurred to build that system, like where the components came from. You can literally hide a wireless networking antenna inside a USB cable. That I've seen. I won't say which system I've seen it in, but there's no way for them to know they're connected to an external network.
Okay, that answers my question. It's pretty scary on such a wide area, However, so you're saying there's some kind of audit that can find out if there are hidden wireless things that are in the system?
Yes, ma'am, it's possible. So I would say this. First of all, so just as an example, because this is unclassified now. So one of the systems I was responsible for oversight on was Global Positioning System. It took us 5 years to find a foundry, like a production line that could make the integrated circuits that we needed for modernized GPS ground receivers. So like what you would have in your phone, or what you would put on the front of a bomb, or what you would put in a Humvee or something like that. And the reason it took so long is because we didn't have a manufacturer in the United States who could make them. There just was nobody who had a secure production line with enough capacity. So now you're talking about, 3,000 counties in the United States, tens and tens of thousands of voting systems. Those cannot currently be made in the United States. We don't have some of the components just aren't made in the US at all. And of the ones which are, like some of the chipsets, we don't have the capacity to make all of them. So in any one of those, you could hide something very small, kind of like the power coupler, the super micro supply chain compromise that compromised the server stacks with Amazon and Google and Apple. It's smaller than a number 2 pencil eraser. So, and it didn't look like what it actually was. They found it only because they found data that was being exfiltrated. And it was the same thing for SolarWinds. The SolarWinds supply chain compromise affected every major department of the federal government, including the Department of Homeland Security and CISA. So CISA is supposed to be protecting your critical infrastructure, including voting systems. They can't even protect themselves. They didn't find the supply chain compromise, and that was software. They didn't find it. It was installed in February of 2020, and it was discovered in December of 2020 by Mandiant FireEye, which is a private contractor that does pretty high-end cybersecurity investigations. But if you brought in a forensic cybersecurity team, an independent team, in other words, not from the Election Assistance Commission or the Voting System Testing Lab, but a true independent like Ben Cotton Cipher, they can look at the physical components and they can look at the software and they can find, there's a good chance that they'll find the vulnerabilities. They may not be able to find the evidence if the system has been compromised and used in an unauthorized manner, partly because the systems are destroying election records. And then also partly because the adversaries are just very, very good at hiding these kind of compromises.
You're giving us the absolute worst case. So I'm pretty much done with my questioning, but I want to leave my constituents and everyone out there, just because it can doesn't mean it is, right? And just because, because I don't want people leaving here thinking that what you're saying is is what happened in Mohave County, because we don't know that. And I tend not to think that. I mean, if this happened all around the country like we thought it was, I do think that the election results would been even more different. But I appreciate this. And if there is any way that we could just, so everybody is secure in knowing that our elections here in Mohave County are safe. I believe they are. Just by what I know about the county and by the percentages of how they all turned out, I think it is. But I just don't want to scare the people thinking that this happened here in Mohave County. But it's a very scary prospect that this is happening around the country. Thank you.
Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Angus. You know, according to our elections director, the 2020 general election had not less than 21 races on the ballot, some more because of the special districts. And if we were to suspect that there was election fraud, then all these races may not be what they were, which is concerning. I mean, maybe those of us sitting behind the dais today weren't duly elected. And I agree with Supervisor Angus. I don't think we have a problem in Mohave County, and our elections director has been very forthright in providing answers to all these questions that I gave him at the last minute. Also, our Attorney General has come up with, he kind of outlined his concerns with the procedures, and he said it didn't provide any proof of any major issues despite the 6 months of investigations during the audit. They found some missing signatures and other information, but really there was no evidence produced of any type of computer tampering such as you are suggesting. And so if we were to believe what you are saying, and I have no reason not to, but it's rather bizarre. You're saying the only way to protect election integrity is to hire a cybersecurity such as yourself or hand count the ballots, which according to Alan Temperate would take months, several months. So are we going to go back 100 years and start hand counting these ballots and not know who our newly elected officials are until maybe 3 months after an election? It's doesn't make any sense to me. And your connection with Dell laptops and smartphones, I mean, it's just beyond ludicrous, I think. There may be some factual information but I don't think we have a problem in Mohave County. And I believe our elections director when he says we are not connected to the internet, even though we do electronic tabulating.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. Is there somebody on the phone from Parker Daniels and Kai Board that can tell this board really, first of all, it says that Mohave County is being asked to join a lawsuit. Who is initiated this lawsuit? Whose lawsuit are we being asked to join? And what is it intending to accomplish? Is it just in Arizona, or is it multiple states that you're looking to enjoin the use of electronic voting machines? And my last question would be is, what's the cost to Mohave County to participate?
Let's bring up Kurt Olson. Kurt's the attorney with Parker Daniels in Khyber. But we can't hear him.
I think you're on mute, sir.
There we go. Okay. We've resolved the technical difficulties. I moved to my phone. To clear up from the outset, I'm not with Parker Daniels. I am associated with them. I have my own firm. They are participating in drafting the complaint. And in terms of a couple of quick questions, there are other clients that, or potential clients who will be joining this lawsuit. These will be injunctions that are planned to be filed in about 6 to 8 states, to begin with, Arizona being the first. There is no cost associated with this. This is a public service. Secondly, with respect to some of the questions, I'd like to address those first, and then I can talk about some of the legal aspects of this case. Ronald Reagan had an old saying, trust but verify. And so when somebody says they believe their election systems are safe, we certainly hope they are. The question is whether that has been verified. And you can take Maricopa and that 6-month+ audit that was conducted there and look right at it, where election records were destroyed, they were deleted. Secondly, the cyber professionals there not access the tabulators and the election system to evaluate, because the Maricopa County officials did not have the passwords, and they said that Dominion had the passwords, and Dominion refused to provide them. So the result of that is that there was no way to validate the tabulator configurations or independently validate the voting system prior to the election or afterwards, because Dominion refused to turn over those passwords. So you might ask yourself, why would you refuse to do that? And this was not some independent person just looking to see the machines. This was an audit ordered by the Arizona Senate. In terms of what's going on in Arizona and actual evidence that can be provided to you, these injunctions that we're talking about are modeled after a case that is currently pending in Georgia in federal court. It is called the Curling v. Raffensperger, or entitled that. And Raffensperger is the Secretary of State in Georgia, and the injunction there is to basically prohibit the use of Dominion voting machines in that state. There is a cyber expert, he's well recognized, his name is Professor J. Alex Halderman from the University of Michigan. He has been involved in election systems and analyzing security for the past 15+ years. He's testified before the U.S. Senate Intelligence Committee in June of 2017 and gave incredibly powerful testimony how election systems, electronic systems, can be used to steal elections on a national level. He is the expert in this case. When we talked about trust but verify, I mentioned that. He actually has looked at a Dominion voting system. And on July 1st, he finalized a 25,000-word report analyzing that system. And that report has been kept under seal by the court. Why is that important? Because he says that critical vulnerabilities that he has shown there and can demonstrate how they will be used to steal votes in the ICX software and Dominion voting systems applies not just to Georgia, but 15 other states. And that includes Arizona. He said the vulnerabilities are so critical that he wanted to simply unseal it to get it to CISA. CISA is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency responsible for overseeing our electronic voting systems. Well, in January, CISA filed a notice of appearance into the Curling case, said, we've got to look at this. This is implying it's a matter of national security, obviously. And they have prohibited disclosure of the report. Again, Professor Halderman said that his findings, which show how malware can be installed to, quote, steal votes, affects Arizona as well as 15 other states. The judge, I might add, denied the Louisiana Secretary of State's motion to intervene. And Louisiana was one of the other 16 affected states. So all of this is being kept under wraps. And the question goes to, again, how do you verify that these systems are safe if nobody knows or nobody checks? Why would Dominion refuse to turn over the passwords to the auditors retained by the Arizona Senate to inspect these systems? So time and time again, you will hear that these machines are safe, that there's no evidence, but they're not opening them up. And I might add, the same people that said Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. You have 51 intelligence professionals, politicians, mainstream media, big tech censoring anybody who said otherwise. Well, they just admitted that, no, it's real. So simply taking people at face value without independently inspecting these machines is not a recipe for a secure election. Now, Colonel Smith mentioned Mesa County, Colorado. There, experts have looked at a forensic image of the machine and found actual evidence of ballot manipulation within the machine. And every machine should be to see that, to see and to find out exactly what happened. So what does this injunction do? It would prohibit the use of electronic voting systems in Arizona because they cannot be made safe or 100% safe from either manipulation or hacking. The notion that you need to be connected to the internet to hack, Sean can speak a little bit more than me because I am not a cyber professional, but I have talked to many. There is no necessity for a electronic voting system to be connected to the internet to hack it. There are many methods of intrusion. And in fact, Professor Halderman, in his testimony to the U.S. Senate Intelligence Committee in June of 2017, was asked that very question and said precisely what I'm saying. Or I'm actually repeating what he said. It doesn't need to be connected to the internet to hack these machines. In terms of, and to say that this is an outlier is also not accurate. France, for example, prohibits the use of electronic voting machines in their elections. And they're a country, I believe, about 70 million people, and somehow they managed to count the votes and get it done in a matter of a day or two. And just like we did before we had electronic voting. And so the idea that everything would fall apart unless we have electronic voting systems is not accurate. And we do also have a proposed replacement that would lay out policies and procedures how to conduct a precinct level ballot count that could provide the result within a day for most precincts. In terms of the injunction, there will be multiple parties to cover what is called state. I'm sure you may have heard about that issue in the past, but there will be candidates who are on the ballot for 2022 who will be plaintiffs. There will be associations and there will be individuals. Counties can also be a plaintiff because we are alleging are violations, constitutional violations of the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution, as well as a fundamental right to a secure vote. And so when you have a county like Maricopa, where according to the volume 3 of the Cyber Ninjas audit report, they refuse to turn over passwords to allow an independent evaluation. There's evidence of destruction of log data within the election management systems. And there are a host of other issues that have been identified, both by Attorney General Branovich's letter that he published 2 weeks ago. The lawsuit is very detailed. We will have cyber professionals testifying in support of all the allegations. And if there's one thing I could leave you with, there is a movie that is about an hour long. I would encourage every one of you to look at it. It is called Hacking America's Voting Systems. It is on frankspeech.com, but it basically is a compilation of recognized experts, such as Professor Halderman, such as others from Princeton, Georgetown University, all saying the same thing, that these machines are not secure. They cannot be made 100% secure. And in our opinion, they have no basis for being used in election. There's one thing I want to leave you with what Professor Halderman testified, because one of the mantras by the voting machine companies and others is that they can perform what are called, various safety procedures to test the accuracy. Accuracy tests, risk limiting audits, and the like. And let me quote you from his sworn testimony. He testifies, I can explain in detail how such malware, once installed, could alter voters' votes while subverting all procedural protections practiced by the state, including acceptance testing, hash validation, logic and accuracy testing, external firmware validation, and risk limiting audits. End quote. That quote applied to the vulnerabilities he identified in the 16 states, including Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Sir, I'm going to ask you just a few more questions, and I'd ask just for the sake of time that you try to keep your answers succinct if you could. What court is this being filed in?
It would be filed in federal district court in Arizona.
In federal district court in Arizona. And you mentioned other jurisdictions. Are there other jurisdictions that have already joined your complaint?
Other jurisdictions within Arizona?
Yeah.
No. Not yet.
Other jurisdictions in other states that have already joined this complaint?
We're in contact with other plaintiffs in other states, yes.
Any of them joined yet?
It has not been filed. Arizona will be the first lawsuit to drop, and then it will be followed shortly thereafter by approximately 6 to 8 other injunctions. Again, that will follow the what we're calling a model of the case that is filed in the Northern District of Georgia, the Curling v. Raffensperger case.
And you may have mentioned this before. I think I maybe heard the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyways. What is the requested form of relief of this complaint to enjoin the use of electronic voting machines? Is it to prohibit forever their use, or is it to require improvements of these companies, additional physical safeguards? What's the end game that you guys are envisioning?
It would prohibit the use of these machines until and if when they could ever be shown to be 100% secure to provide a reliable and accurate vote count. There is also included within the lawsuit an alternative proposal, as I mentioned before, a procedure that involves hand counting at the precinct level it's a fairly complicated system. Sean can explain, not complicated, but it involves cameras and internet connection. Colonel Smith can explain that system. He is one of the primary authors of it. It's been through substantial testing already, but if you like to hear about that, he can provide testimony.
Understand what the end game is. If it's to forever prohibit the use of electronic voting machines, that's one thing. But if the complaint is offering up criteria that these companies such as ES&S would have to meet in order to satisfy the colonels and others' criteria, then that's another thing. And that's just what I'm trying to understand, what this would accomplish.
The best way to respond, sir, is that there's a gentleman by the name of Eric Coomer who was, I forgot his exact position at Dominion, but he was one of the primary engineers there. He himself testified that given enough time and access, all computers can be. And so the bottom line is that electronic voting systems can never be made 100% secure. And the relief seeking would be to prohibit their use. Now, maybe there is something in the future, hypothetically, that someday they could be made secure. But the current systems and the current technology cannot be made secure for a variety of reasons, whether it's the software code that's installed with them that nobody has seen at the county level. Election officials have, I expect nobody has looked at the actual software code, source code, whether it's hacking and whether it's the supply chain vulnerabilities. I'll say again, France seems to be able to, has found a way to do their elections without electronic voting systems, as have other, such as Netherlands. But there are instances after instances of where votes and elections have found to have been rigged internationally, such as in the Philippines, as well as instances going back in the early 2000s here. There's a book that's called Black Box Voting, which ironically is, I found it on the CIA's library website, and it's dated 2004. And it details a number of instances involving ES&S machines where the elections were not accurate, accurately counted, I shall say.
My last question would be, how long is this envisioned to be within the legal system? Do you have any idea? You know, I'm one of those people that believes that our voting system needs to be as secure as our monetary system and perhaps more, but I think you might have a tough road ahead of you. What do you think?
Well, I think changing a paradigm is always difficult. And there has been a mantra that these electronic election systems are secure. They're not. And they can never be made secure. And even the officials within them, just as I mentioned, Eric Coomer has testified that every computer can be. I mean, if you look at right after the November 20 election, it was around December 15th, 2020, they announced the SolarWinds hack, which was the largest hack in, I believe, U.S. history. It involved tens of thousands of agencies and private companies, which were left wide open to infiltration through SolarWinds software.
I'm going to stop you there. I need to ask just one more question. If you could re-emphasize for us and reaffirm that if Mohave County votes to join this, that there's never going to be 1 cent of expense to our Mohave County taxpayers.
Not from the litigation, no. The attorney's fees are not going to be required by the
for Mohave County as a part of this. There's not be an expense to Mohave County.
No, it will not be an expense. It will not be billed to Mohave County.
Thanks.
Supervisor Johnson, you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question would be, who's paying for all of this litigation if we're not being asked to pay for it?
So it is the fees or payments are coming out of the Lindell Legal Offense Fund. Which is a 501c4 organization.
All right. And you were bringing up Colorado and the problems they had there and the problems that we're having in Maricopa with destruction of records. What wasn't the problem in Colorado with corrupt officials and not with somebody hacking into the system from outside?
So report number 3 for Mesa County, Colorado, authored by Dr. Walter Doherty. He is a PhD doctor of mathematics and computer science at Texas A&M, and Jeff O'Donnell, who has over 40 years with SQL Server, SQL database management and so forth. They discovered on the EMS, they had a before image of the EMS and an after image of the EMS. Before and after, Dominion performed what was called a trusted build update. That trusted build update overwrote the entire operating system. In the course of overriding the operating system, all of the data that showed there were 2 new databases created in the middle of early voting, and that electronically a subset of ballots were migrated to those new databases. And the migration could either be from a remote access, i.e. hacking, or it could be within the system itself based on a trigger, is what I am told. So that's actual ballot record manipulation that's shown in report, which is public, by the way.
Correct. Maybe I read it wrong, but I thought it was the officials are the ones that did the extra ballots in that case.
No, sir.
But aren't the officials the ones that are being prosecuted?
The election clerk, Tina Peters, is being prosecuted because she took a forensic image of the machine prior to the trusted bill. And that forensic image is what shows the ballot manipulation. And had she not done that, that evidence would have been destroyed.
Now, when we talk about the possibility of election fraud and somebody tapping into computers, obviously anything can be hacked, anything can be done, nothing is impossible. But if we were to go back to hand counting, isn't that just as easily hacked by all the people that are doing the counting? I mean, every place we go, we have problems with this.
I think maybe I could bring in Colonel Smith to respond to that, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thanks, Kurt. So a couple things get repeatedly cited, and again, these are National Association of Secretary of State's talking points that you will hear come out of the mouths of public officials throughout the country. One of them is that hand counts are inaccurate. What they're pointing at is a Rice University study from 2012 that studied the accuracy of 2 different kinds of hand count methods. One of them is called the sort method, and one of them is called the read and record method. The sort method had an error rate of 2%. The read and record method, which is like what was used in the Maricopa audit, had an error rate of between 0.5 and 1%. The Maricopa method had an even lower error rate. And what it uses to get that lower error rate is having multiple counters counting at the same time and then their counts reconciled. And the way that you avoid the fraud, the way that you avoid having errors or fraud that you can't detect is by doing what they did in Maricopa. You put cameras on it, video cameras, so that you can see each ballot as it's counted and every ballot that's counted. And when you do that, the video itself becomes an auditable record. So you get to see that each ballot was counted accurately. You get to see that the tallies were accurate. And if they aren't accurate, if there's some, fraud or some sort of subversion taking place, it's all on camera. So that this is the video cameras and the high resolution and their very low cost. This is the one significant difference that even 10 years ago, we could not have done affordably throughout the country. So when we talk about the one council member mentioned 100 years ago, you don't have to go back that far. In fact, you can just go back to yesterday, because hand counting is what's done in many Western European countries. Hand counting is still done in several counties in the United States. And in no case do you have to go back 100 years for that. It's your neighbors, it's you and your neighbors counting the ballots. But when you do it under camera, when you do it under video camera, so what you voted on your ballot, that's private. But what is on each ballot, what's been separated from the eligible voter whose credentials have been verified, that's not private. That has to be public. That count has to be public. And with the voting systems that we have, there's no way for anybody to know what any of those counts are, except by going back to the ballots themselves. Whereas if you count them by hand under video, everyone can see for themselves what the counts were in their precinct. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I think I'm with the rest of the board as far as Mohave County goes. I believe we have a system, and that system hasn't let us down that I'm aware of. But if we were to even consider going to a hand count, I don't believe we'd have it done in a couple days. I don't believe we could even find the people to do the hand count. And then I guess we can't even find employees to hire along with everybody else. So I think we'd be going backwards, and the public expects immediate results. I mean, on the day of the election, you know, when the polls close, we're getting people calling us already wanting to know what the results are and complaining when it goes till 10 o'clock. So those are the only questions I have. Thank you very much, though.
Could I just ask, I know it's beg your indulgence, could I just a quick question for anybody on the board who thinks it's true? Why do you think you know what's true about the electronic voting systems?
Chairman Gould, I have a follow-up question, if I may.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
This one's to you, Tyler, for the county attorney's office. If I read this action right, seeking to enjoin does not automatically mean that it's enjoined, right? I mean, they have to prevail before anything would be enjoined, right? Or before anything would be prevented to be, these electronic voting machines would be prevented to be used. These gentlemen or these Parker Daniels and Kybort would have to be successful in a court setting. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lingenfelter, to enjoin, as you're saying, is stopping the use of the machine. So yes, they would have to have a court order, the enjoining or the stopping.
Right. And I asked that question because I see Alan out there, and I think you do a phenomenal job, Alan, and I'm sure that you hate this item and you're really uncomfortable out there. But I want to make sure that if Mohave County, at no charge to Mohave County, because that's not going to ever be on the table for this, if we were to join this, that, you know, I personally think that they have a long road ahead of them. But if there's no cost to us and it's not going to affect us until some sort of a court order comes down, the reason I'm thinking about supporting this is because a lot of the people, I think probably the majority of the people that I was elected to serve in District 1, they do have concerns with election integrity. And I don't really see the downside of joining this because it's probably going to be a long time before they see any sort of court order, if anything. I mean, but I want to make sure that I vote right for the voters that supported me in District 1. So I'm leaning, just because I don't see a downside for District 1 or for Mohave County right now to participate.
Thank you, sir. Give me a second. You know, it's not really about whether Mohave County's elections had any improprieties. It's about other counties' improprieties. Arizona's dominated by a county that's 65% of the population. If they don't do their elections properly, they disenfranchise our voters. That's what this is about. The second thing that this is about is the public's confidence. I constantly get comments from the public that they do not trust voting machines. If they don't trust the elections, they won't participate in the elections. And then instead of having all citizens participate in elections, we only have a few citizens that participate in elections. That's what it's really about, is the perception of the public and the other counties. I think there was numerous problems in Maricopa County's elections. There was problems in how they certified the signatures on the mail-in ballots. They got to a point where they were doing no certification. If you made a tittle or a jot, that was good enough and your vote got counted. That's horrible. That's awful, and that disenfranchised our voters. That's what this is about. It's not a reflection on the Mohave County Election Department. It's the fact that the public does not have confidence in voting machines. Thank you. Supervisor Angus.
Thank you, and I agree with everything Chairman Gould just said. A couple of things. So what you're talking about is really two different things. You know, not certifying right and the machines that count them are really kind of two separate things too. So one of them you can pretty much fix easy with, employees and, making sure and being overseen. The machines are something else. So as we listen and we follow over the last couple of years, the name that keeps coming up is Dominion. Am I right to assume that they overridingly were the biggest problem in this last election, because they were used in every major city in every swing state, correct? Anyone from the law team there?
I'm probably, ma'am, the best person to answer that. Dominion voting systems is not worse than ES&S. ES&S is the largest voting system provider in the United States. And it wasn't exclusively Dominion used in swing districts, although they were used in many swing districts. So every time a qualified cybersecurity professional, an expert, not the voting system testing lab people who are very clearly not experts by their own admission, but actual qualified cybersecurity experts, every time they get a hold of one of these machines, the same thing happens. They report egregious vulnerabilities. And I understand some people think, well, that doesn't prove that they were compromised. But you understand, and all law enforcement officials understand this, the only things you need for a crime to occur are motive and opportunity. So having, for example, a voting system manufacturer that would include remote access software on its systems without notifying the clients buying them, or that would include cellular modems, wireless modems on the systems, or wireless networking devices on the systems, and then falsely state that those systems were tested and certified. That is not a company that can be trusted. And it begs the question, why are they including wireless networking devices on systems if they're not supposed to have them or use them?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question right there? Again, as a layman, maybe they're put on in case an elections department wants to use a wireless connection for, Alan, we used to do that, right? We used to have it at the precinct level, and then those vote numbers would come to the county, correct?
That's correct, but
it's illegal now.
Very simple, that's coming up. They were sent over the phone lines years ago, the results from the poll site.
He can't hear.
And again,
Yeah. Alan,
Can you come up?
just in case I'm up here a little long. All right, that is true, Supervisor Angus, to a point. The point is we did indeed modem in phone lines on analog phone line systems many years ago from the year 2004 up until about 2010. After that, we stopped doing that practice because we purchased our new voting equipment in 2016. Our new voting equipment was digital, and it was not allowed by the Election Assistance Commission to do that anymore. So overall, no. About things being inside of the computers, that is very true years ago that ES&S, Election Systems and Software, and other companies did indeed have a modem inside of, in case they were, like when the IT guys, you call them up and you call up and you say, what's going on? And they take control of your computer, right? Good for that situation, not good for elections. Well, that was brought to their attention. They were called to the carpet many, many years ago, and then anything since then had not been installed. We bought our equipment no earlier than 2015, and that happened before 2015. So there was nothing installed into our computer, so as I was told succinctly, that had any capabilities to be able to do that. And it's just a black box. It's a computer. It's not even a server. I don't know the difference. I'm not a computer expert of any sort like that. But I would think if somebody were to tear that piece of equipment down, they could find what's in there, if there was anything in there. So.
thanks.
But I'll stand here just in case.
I just wanted to clarify that, and I wanted to clarify my earlier comments I do not think that, other than just regular error, which is going to be a small percentage, our elections in Mohave County were anything else but honest. And we got the numbers that people voted. I do believe that around the country, there were many, many problems. We see the results. And you're right, Supervisor Gould, people do not trust. Anywhere you go, they do not trust these elections. So for no other reason than to say, we are on board with finding out exactly what is going on. We have to make people believe that their vote counts, or else what are we? I would be in support of this. Thanks.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
The way I understand this issue, if Mohave County chooses to participate in this, first of all, there's not going to be a cost to us. That's the primary concern. But then it's either going to get dismissed in court, or the burden of proof is on these gentlemen, and they're going to find something. And as all of us have said, we have complete confidence in Alan, in our elections department. We think he did everything right, but I don't think this is about Mohave County at all. This is about the folks that we voted and how a majority of them feel. And by participating in this, we signal to them that, we're going to take a stand, and they either find something or they don't. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Supervisor Bishop.
Okay, as I see it, this lawsuit that they're asking us to join in on is not coming recommended by our Arizona Attorney General. Our county attorney has not made any indication that he thinks this is a good move for this board to make that decision without legal guidance, and I trust that legal guidance. Matt Smith has been our attorney, our county attorney, for 20-some years. And the equipment that's being mostly questioned is the Dominion voting systems, and that was only used in Maricopa County. The other 13 counties, including Mohave County, used the ES&S equipment, and Yavapai County used a company named Unison. So I think that Arizona has been ground zero for the President Trump and his allies to find proof of a claim that the election for the president was marred by fraud. But the Attorney General Branovich has said in a 12-page letter addressed to Senate President Karen Pham that there was no evidence produced of tampering. They found a few things here and there, and that's going to happen. But can you imagine how many errors could be found if we spent 3 months doing a hand count every time we had an election in Mohave County? I'd like to hear more from our elections director, Alan Temperate, and I'd also like to hear from our IT director, Nathan McDaniels. But, just in the questionnaire that I sent to Alan Temperate, I asked him, the last question was, in his professional opinion, is the integrity of Mohave County elections compromised by the use of electronic tabulating or voting equipment? And this is what he said. He said, not at all. In fact, it would be a disservice to remove electronic tabulation and voting equipment. And he gave a few reasons. He said, hand counting ballots is the most inaccurate, unreliable, and time-consuming way to count votes. Mandatory internal and public tests of voting system components are documented for the public to witness and to review, which I know is factual. Election equipment is never accessible to anybody outside of the election staff, which is good to know. Elections technology changes move slowly for a very good reason. He says Mohave County cannot move backward to a time when there was a need to only count hundreds of ballots versus the present need to count hundreds of thousands of ballots for each election. So I will not be supporting this for obvious reasons. They say it's not going to cost Mohave County anything, but you know what? They were very hesitant in their answer. Supervisor Lingenfelter, I think, had to clarify that a couple times with them. So it's not real convincing to me that this is not going to cost Mohave County in the long run, and maybe even in the short term. So it almost sounds like this is a push to line someone's pockets for this alternative proposal that they're not really even telling us what that might be. What's the replacement for this? They can't possibly expect the United States of America to go back to hand counting ballots. I mean, that is crazy. So it almost sounds like it's a way to introduce a new proposal to further someone's ambitions and not political or election ambitions. So I would like to hear from Nathan, our IT expert, and I want to hear more from Alan Temperate.
Got my notes up there, same notes that you all have, all right? The reason
Hey, Alan,
yes.
I get two questions for you before we get into it.
Absolutely.
Do we keep the voting tabulation machine in a Faraday cage?
We do not.
Do we plug the voting machine into the power grid?
That means a 110 volt, right?
Right, just plugged it into the wall.
We do.
Okay, I'm an air conditioning contractor. I'm not a rocket scientist, nor am I a software engineer. I can get a signal out, either a wireless signal out or a power line carrier signal out if that device is not shielded in a Faraday cage or plugged into the wall. So we really have no way to know that there's not something communicating with a voting machine.
Okay.
Thank you. Proceed.
So, Alan, I'm just going to open the floor to you to make a comment, whatever you want to add to this conversation.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And you know I usually wow, I could talk up a storm. Okay? I'm really not going to do this now because right about now I feel a lot of my best thing I do is to remain silent. Okay? I do, though, so much appreciate, I do want to say just a couple of words. Okay? I want to say that experts, got it. Everybody's expert. I like to say I'm your elections expert. I'm not, if you really get real deep down inside, it all depends what part of an elections expert are you, okay? Well, we use equipment that is designed and tested by experts, the Elections Assistance Commission, and independent testing laboratories. People all over the country use that stuff, okay? These people are experts. These two nice gentlemen, okay, have experts. They're experts. There's a lot of experts. Do you realize Apollo 11 needed hundreds of thousands of experts to get to the moon? They didn't all agree on everything, all right? Just a little bit of things to think about. You could go out and find a lot of other experts that would actually go in the other direction, all right? Take whatever side you want. I mean, I'm just saying anybody in general. This is just a general thing, right? You know, whatever thoughts, right? So experts are experts, and there's a lot of other ones that would, Also, sure, things can happen somehow. I don't know, and we don't know. But do you think the people that design to if people can't figure out that there's a chip inside of something that can hook you something up, experts taking months to find them, what kind of people are out there that are so incredibly intelligent that can get in there and change the votes? I don't know. I am so sorry, okay? Just my thoughts, all right? Deep down inside, if we went back to we're going to say, let me tell you a little bit about the history of elections. Okay, I'm not going to go back to the dawn of time, but I will a little bit. Greece, elections were all yes-no votes. Thousands of years ago, they casted little pieces of clay. One color meant yes, one color meant no. It was done in a public forum. Everybody knew how you voted. But of course, same things change. How many people actually voted? They could have probably recounted the pots thousands of times by hand. Got that. okay? Things come into modern times when we start needing things to do to help us out, right? We went from horses to automobiles because we couldn't make the journey on horses, but, you know, cars helped us get there, okay? Voting equipment started happening somewhere back in the 20s, 30s, 40s. Somebody can prove me wrong right behind me right now with a phone, I'm sure, you know, because of the, you know, checking that out, but somewhere in that time frame. Okay? More people live now, more people vote now than they did before. Before my time, all right, for any of our time around here, they used to count the votes at the polling locations. They would have the polls open for 13 hours, it would be a social event, people would come in, and some places would have 10 people walk in, some people 50. That would be a big turnout. And then they'd be all tired because my people that count, like everywhere else, they're mainly retirees and, you know, they've been working a long day, and they start counting the votes. This is well before me, okay, or anybody around here, okay? They still weren't accurate. There's no doubt about that. Human error is the biggest inaccuracy on anything we do. That's why we have computers. That's why we have systems. We do things like this. We have the political party hand count. Wonderful group of people. They've become friends of mine over the years. When we do the audits afterwards, political party, we counted whatever the number I have down there. I don't know how many thousands of just a few thousands of ballots. It took 15 hours or 16 hours to do this. It took 6 people to do that according to the process that we're required to do through the state. So I did it on a Saturday and a half a day Sunday. By the time we came to the conclusion that the voting equipment stuff was correct, just for this last election and the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. Okay? But think about it. I had to keep steering them in the right direction to do that count to make sure they were doing it right. You know, at least putting the right paper in the right place and whatever. Not that they came up with the right number. That wasn't part of it. Okay? Can you imagine us trying to get people after an election? We have polling places with over 2,000 ballots. We have 21 races. That is 2 million. What was that number I had there? Over 2 million races needed to be counted last election, a minimum. We have statutory deadlines. We have deadlines that within, 7, 9, 11 days, 12 days, something like that, after the election, have the information to the Secretary of State's office for them to do their canvass. We have 20 days to have the canvass for the general election. That's just because afterwards there's not such a rush between the 2 elections, okay? It's just not a possibility, all right? So now that I said mine, and I should have remained silent, as I said, I'm so sorry, okay? That's all I got to say.
I have a couple questions.
Mr. Bishop.
Or actually, I just have one question and a comment. Is it true that we've been using in Mohave County electronic equipment voting machines since 1930? Or at least in the 30s?
I don't know. I know we've been using, we used punch card equipment when I came 20 years ago, and I don't know how long we had been using it from that time prior to that. Prior to that was automatic voting, AVM, automatic voting machines, right, with the little levers and stuff, and that would have been during the 40s, the 50s. So I could bet that, yes.
Okay. Is it true that you are the longest serving elections director in the entire state of Arizona?
I am.
I just wanted to throw that out. Congratulations. That's quite an honor and a lot of expertise over those years.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Alan, again, I just want to applaud your professionalism, and I think you know your stuff. I know you do it, and I don't view this item as an attack on anybody's credibility here locally in Mohave County. I really don't. You know, I see myself as a radical realist, and I think that these gentlemen, they have Mount Everest of a mountain to climb in order to get and secure the motion that they seek. Nothing changes until that point. Mm-hmm. And we've had a lot of academic discussion about what could happen or, you know, all this stuff. But really, until they successfully climb that mountain, because the burden of proof is on these gentlemen, nothing changes. The only reason to fear joining this is because you think that they're going to find something. If you think that everything is cool and that they're not going to be successful, then all this stuff that could give you heartburn and make you take a whole bottle of Tums is kind of for naught, you know? That's my opinion. And I see this in the larger lens, where a majority or a large amount of people don't trust the voting systems. And I'm not going to vote my opinion on this subject. I'm going to vote for the majority of the people that elected me to speak for them. And that's why I'm going to support this. It's not because I don't have any faith in you. I have 100%.
I understand that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Johnson, any questions for Alan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Olson, why hasn't the state joined in? Why are you coming to Mohave County?
Why? Because it was recommended as a county that might be potentially interested in pursuing this action. And two things I do want to make clear. This is not about the 2020 election. This is about election forward. And that's the only thing it's about.
Okay, I guess the problem I have is that everyone on the board has agreed that we believe Mohave County elections have integrity and that the election was a fair election. We don't use the machine they're talking about. We haven't used the machine they're talking about. I have a problem with Mohave County if one board member, besides Supervisor Gould, who placed this on the agenda, but if we brought it up as discussion before that, hey, we think there's a problem with elections, and we went out and found somebody to look at elections, hired somebody on our own, that might be a different vote for me. But to me, we're saying that we think Maricopa, is wrong in what they're doing, and I have a problem getting involved in somebody else's fight.
Well, I think Sir Chairman Gould, hit the nail on the head when he talked about the disenfranchisement of votes by one county over another. And so this lawsuit isn't saying that anything happened in Mohave County necessarily, but there is what's called an equal protection claim. And that is precisely what Chairman Gould mentioned, which is if in Maricopa County, the elections were not handled properly, those votes would disenfranchise Mohave County citizens from their vote. And the point that in A.G. Branovich's letter, he noted a number of infirmities that were significant, such as over 200,000 signatures on the mail-in ballots that did not match, several 100,000 ballots that did not have proper chain of custody, and a whole host of issues. I believe that was an 11-page letter. Those were some material issues that he identified. I would also where it was found that the Maricopa County Board was not running aspects of the election, that had been outsourced to Dominion, and Dominion refused to turn over the passwords to allow auditors of the Arizona Senate to audit those systems. You have to ask yourself, why would they not turn over those passwords to allow that to happen? I would also note that in Wisconsin, the Office of Special Counsel appointed by the Speaker of the House there, he's a former Chief Justice of the Wisconsin Supreme Court, issued subpoenas to Dominion and to ES&S. He noted in his report issued on March 1st, 2022, that they refused to comply with those subpoenas. Again, we're talking of public officials responsible for ensuring the accuracy of the vote, conducting an official investigation into the voting machine companies and their refusal to comply with duly issued subpoenas and other aspects of the. It does raise the question.
May I call for the vote?
I'd like to hear from Nathan first.
Okay.
Supervisor Johnson, you want to continue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what Mr. Olson is saying. They had a lot of problems in Maricopa County, verification of signatures, early ballots, that sort of thing. But in Mohave County, we don't have that problem, and we don't have that problem because we have a board of supervisors and a staff that tries to limit any kind of problems. And I think we've done a good job. We've even gone, I don't know if anybody else besides us has even prosecuted anybody for illegal voting, which Mohave County has done. We check that thorough with our election process. I just don't know that Mohave County has, that we should be the ones getting involved in this. I understand what Supervisor Lingenfelter is saying, and I have just as many people I talk to that, are worried about the election integrity, but I think that's only way that can be done is through the local electeds, and I think we do our job, and it's up to Maricopa and the rest of them, or the state to oversee them and get that taken care of. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Nathan, you want to come up? Supervisor Bishop has a question for you. Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Nathan. And I just want to say that systems are upgraded all the time for security patches and software bugs and software enhancements. Your job as the IT director is to detail policies, procedures, and standards and guidelines in place to make sure that everything works the way it's supposed to work. So I just wanted to get your input as it relates to elections and the equipment and all this cyber suspicions. So I'll just open it up and let you make a statement.
Sure. Good morning, Chairman Gould and board members. I would say that the Secretary of State kind of leads the charge when it comes to our voting systems here. As Alan mentioned, the equipment is certified, tested, and verified for functionality. Information technology has a small role in assisting Alan execute the operation. We've been prohibiting the equipment based on their mandates of being connected to the internet for a very long time. Systems do need to be upgraded, and there are vulnerabilities that exist. And I think, that's probably the major reason why these voting systems are prohibited from being connected to the internet is any type of technology that's created by man is going to be flawed. And at some point in the future, something that was created in the past will be found to have a flaw. So eliminating those devices from being connected to the internet is a big way to try to prevent those vulnerabilities from being exploited. If that makes any sense. We follow what the state does, and we put the equipment in and we help Alan run his operation. We do training, we do testing, validation, and we do everything we can as a compensating control to mitigate the risk of using the technology. It's just like the county's network here. We're connected to the internet, and that connection to the internet creates an inherent risk, which is we have a doorway to hackers because we are connected to the internet. By disconnecting from the internet, that doorway to the hacker becomes a physical thing. Now that hacker has to actually walk in here in person and touch these systems rather than being connected remotely from some other place. So eliminating the connection to the internet is a big part of the security in these systems.
Thank you.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Just one brief question for legal, if I may. Tyler.
Thanks, Nathan.
If the county board opts to participate in this, I know I would feel more comfortable if prior to executing anything that everything got a full review from our legal team to make sure that we were protected.
And Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lingenfelter, my office would be happy to look at that. I know I'm not the elections expert in the office, but we could review that. I would just note, while I'm saying we're happy to look at it, ultimately it's a policy decision for this board to make on whether or not to join a lawsuit.
It's a policy decision, but at the same time, you can review the agreement as to form to make sure we're not obligating ourselves to anything. Thank you.
Absolutely.
We've got a couple of members of the public that wanted to weigh in. Regina Quisario? Not even close.
Regina Garisco, resident of Bullhead City. Thank you, Mr. Gould, Chairman, Board of Supervisors, County Manager, and Attorney. I am here to speak about this issue. I do feel very strongly about this. When a few meetings ago, our supervisor for Bullhead City, Ms. Angus, brought up election integrity. It became kind of an important issue for me because I agreed with her. Election integrity is very important, and the cybersecurity is a very legitimate issue. I mean, everyone is agreeing on that. But what these two gentlemen are doing is lobbying, okay? There will be an expense. What it is, though, is you won't be paying for the litigation. You'll be making a donation to the Lindell Fund, the MyPillow guy, okay, who is currently being sued for billions of dollars, by the way, by Dominion. This gentleman who's speaking cybersecurity down to you, by the way, trying to confuse the issue, make you feel like you're ignorant about it, was probably hired from the Cyber Symposium. He's probably not a winner because the three top people who won that are suing Lindell for the prize money. So when you have a manipulation of information, such as the damage to the voting machines that Cyber Ninjas supposedly found, that was done by them. And our state is telling them to pay for those machines. So there's quite a different story also going on. Now, our voters are being disenfranchised by not being able to vote in person. And it's these lawsuits that further divide the Republican Party and our state. And you say this might not have any fallback. What it does too is it taints our relationship with the state officials and representatives. You may gain one ally, but you do step on quite a few people who have done a lot of work on this, and we should be working with them. I bet there's a book coming out at the end of this for these folks, and it won't even come up to half the size of the emails Ms. Angus, I'm sure, has sent on the issue of election integrity. It is work. There is no shortcut. Now, what you do have to worry about as far as litigation coming back on you is if there's sanctions, which they're very close to, because these lawsuits are not very successful in the courts, because the courts say this is civil. We should be using our public administrative avenues to address this issue, working together with our representatives, not going on the attack with an aggressive lawsuit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Tanya Dowson.
Good morning, Tanya Dawson, taxpayer from Mohave County. And I just wanted to say, if there are no possible financial repercussions of joining this lawsuit, I am all for it. And I appreciate Supervisor Lingenfelter's persistence in asking and pursuing and working with the county council to make sure there aren't going to be any repercussions. That's very important. But also, our election integrity is important. I don't trust the machines. I have absolutely no faith in the machines. And I would prefer hand counting. I'd prefer an accurate hand count than a quick, half-baked machine count of, you know, that could be possible hacking just to get it in on time. It doesn't matter if it's in on time if it's not accurate. And I would much more trust hand count with video cameras and with, you know, multiple people involved, you know, doing the process, like the audit in Maricopa County. I would trust something like that more than I would trust the election machines. I have absolutely no faith in the machines, and that would totally destroy my trust in the election. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chris Rodarty.
Chris Rodarty, Kingman. I am in support of item 38, and bravo, Supervisor Gould, for recommending that we join this lawsuit seeking to enjoin the use of electronic voting machines. I believe it's this absolutely necessary step in protecting our First and 14th Amendment rights. And we've all been through all of what happened in 2020 in Arizona, in particular with the audit, what was revealed. And again, we now know, I know now after hearing these gentlemen about the cybersecurity threats, these machines, like Tony was saying, I have no faith in them. And this equal protection claim is huge. This is just, if Maricopa takes over for Arizona, then it doesn't matter what we do in Mohave County or other small counties. So not long after the 2020 election debacle, I sat on a small committee of just ordinary citizens. We met at a dog groomer salon so that the dog groomer could participate while she's clipping the pets. And we devised a simple list of items to restore election integrity. Number 1, paper ballots. 2, voter ID. 3, ballots counted in the precincts where they were cast. Hand-counted ballots. And 1-day voting, election day. That's the way it was. I mean, I'm a baby boomer. I remember in the 50s and the 60s, before the onslaught of technology was supposed to help us, we voted on voting day. We had absentee ballots for military or people who could not make it to the polls, and they had to request them. They weren't just mailed out. And again, ballots counted in the precincts where they were cast. And Walter Cronkite went on at the 9 o'clock news, and they were already doing the estimates, and we all knew the results by midnight. I remember this. I lived in it this time. So sadly, our state legislature, with a 31-29 split, Republican Democrat, was unable to pass meaningful election reform bills, despite this little 5-point list being dispersed statewide by the Arizona John Birch Society. So thank you again, Chairman Gould, for bringing this item to the forefront and taking this small step toward meaningful election reform. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Bishop.
I'll make a motion that we deny joining this lawsuit.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The noes appear to have it. You have it, so ordered.
Chairman Gould, I make a motion that we approve joining the lawsuit seeking to enjoin the use of electronic voting machines in Arizona.
Chairman Gould.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we joining the lawsuit or we're initiating the lawsuit? Because there's nobody else involved.
Good question. Is Mr. Olson still on the phone?
Yes. Chairman, what I would propose is that we will provide your counsel a copy of the complaint in short order, and then he can evaluate and recommend it to you, and then the Board of Supervisors can then proceed according to a vote.
Our motion would be to instruct our attorney to meet with Mr. Olson.
Okay, so do I need to...
Question mark?
Do I need to retract my last motion? It wasn't seconded, but I'll retract it.
Okay.
All right, so say that again. We are going to instruct our attorney to work with Mr. Olson to give us a recommendation. Is that it? What's the wording?
Mr. Chair, it sounds like, in following up on
Just to continue.
Supervisor Johnson's question, it is noted there's not a current lawsuit, so there's nothing to join. There's also not, or there's therefore the question, are we initiating it? Is Mohave County the one filing this lawsuit, or is it some other group? So as I heard from, I think it was Mr. Olson on the phone, his suggestion was that the board vote to approve county's counsel, meaning me working with him on the wording of, joining or participating with them in the lawsuit. So if it's something along those lines, I think that would be understandable for the clerk and for my office to work with them.
But did that even answer Supervisor Johnson's question? Is there an existing lawsuit to join, or are we initiating it?
And Mr. Chair, Supervisor Angus, I'm not aware of a current lawsuit, and as I've heard from the speakers on the phone, they have not yet filed a lawsuit, so there's not one to join until it has been filed.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
I think it would be wise if we saw a copy of what's involved in this lawsuit, what it states, what the complaint says, before I would be comfortable going forward with joining something we don't even know what we're joining. So
Mr. Chair.
This could be
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe a motion might be to instruct county council to work with Mr. Olson and his group and bring back to the board possible lawsuit.
Sounds good. Supervisor Langenfelter.
No comment.
Okay. Back to Supervisor Angus.
Okay, what he said. I mean, we can just continue it and instruct the Lord to work with Mr. Olson and bring us back a recommendation.
and the wording.
Yes, and bring back the wording of the lawsuit and a recommendation from council.
You might want to take a vote to instruct him to do that, to make sure that there's support to do that.
I did. So the motion would be to instruct county attorney to work with Mr. Olson to bring back to the board the wording of the lawsuit and a recommendation as to our future action.
I'll second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. And those opposed vote nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Okay. 21. Sorry, Sheriff. Whose was 21?
Chairman Gold, I pulled this item because I want more information. I'd like to know why we're patrolling the city of Bullhead, how long it's been since we've had boats in that particular area, why we're wanting to do it, and why this money is, since the ARPA funds are providing what Davis Camp needs as far as water improvements, why we are not using that money to go forward and make more improvements at Davis Camp. So those are my concerns. So we'll start with you, Sheriff Schuster.
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Bishop, that's a lot of whys. Why? So I think I'll just give you that quick overview. Mohave County, as you know, the Sheriff's Office is responsible to provide all law enforcement and public safety services on all unincorporated areas of the county. That includes the lakes and rivers. So Bullhead is not patrolling for us. Bullhead is elected to patrol the Colorado River. We do have boats up there as well, periodically, but mainly it's a response-based scenario. We have recognized over the last few years, this last summer in question, or in particular, a tremendous increase not only in the activity in and surrounding Davis Camp, but in the accidents and the boating incidents. So we have a mandated responsibility to provide for that. And when the incidents were lower, a lot of the incidents we were able to handle from the shoreline. So now it's time to get proactive, actually get some boats out in the water and do our part. And it's very difficult because our boating crew is funded through a state resource. We only have 4 boating deputies, and as you're probably aware, Lake Havasu and the surrounding Colorado River is one of the busiest bodies of water in the nation. We're very fortunate that we have such tremendous boating deputies, such veteran officers that are able to deal with the majority of incidents, but we can't separate. We can't pull from that unit and create a whole new unit up in Bullhead. So what we're trying to do is initially get some officers that are willing to work up there that have boating experience for the visibility, and also to deter the rise in boating accidents and incidents that are occurring. This is something that was brought to my attention, and we, of course, we monitor it, but the funding was made available or requested, bad choice of words, the funding, as I understand it, comes through the parks. With their normal operational budget, I guess there's excess funding that the parks agree should fall towards this purpose. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat. Do we patrol Lake Mohave and Lake Mead with your boats?
We do not, and the reason we do not is National Parks patrols those lakes with the first right of refusal. We're very thankful that they do that. If tomorrow they said we've run out of funding and we're not going to do it, statutorily we would have to patrol those areas. So we've had a long-standing working relationship with National Parks. And again, we're very thankful that they patrol those areas because they are more remote and they don't get the boating traffic that we do get on Lake Havasu that kind of forces and compels us to put our resources there throughout the summer months.
And Lake Havasu is not within the National Park Service area?
No.
Okay, what about the Coast Guard? What role do they play, or should they play?
Very minimal. Coast Guard does not have a presence on any of our lakes. They do come down at times on holiday weekends sparingly, and they operate under federal code. They don't operate under state law, so they're limited in what they can do. If they do take any action on the water, they defer to us for follow-up on the case. So primarily the 2 agencies that take the onus of water patrol would be the Mohave County Sheriff's Office and the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office.
And then Lake Havasu PD and Bullhead City PD as well.
Lake Havasu PD is responsible for the man-made channel under the bridge. So they have a boat that goes back and forth in that channel. Bullhead is elected to patrol the Colorado River. I'm very grateful they do, but in reality, that's an area that we're responsible for as well.
Okay, and then the new boats that we just approved you to purchase, allowed you to donate some of your older boats to Lake Havasu City. Am I recalling that correctly or even close?
We've donated boats to the cities in the past. That is not what this replacement is for. The fund available to get new boats is SLIF. It's a state lake improvement fund, and it dried up many, many years ago. It was actually swept by the legislature. So we were fortunate back in 2007 and 8 to have a large fleet, a rather new fleet. Well, as time passes, our fleet began to deteriorate, a lot of mechanical problems. So with SLIF opening up again this year, we were able to successfully apply and get granted 3 watercraft for replacement use.
Okay, and you have 4 deputies. How many deputies do you put on each boat?
2.
So you've got 2 boats operating. If you start patrolling the Colorado River, then you've only got one boat on Lake Havasu. Is that correct?
Well, we have several boat operators. We train all of our deputies to either be operators or to be seconds on the boat, and we don't run less than 2 crew member, meaning an operator and a crew member, and a lot of times we will use a volunteer. When we talk about this pilot program, as it's being called, it's an overtime program. We're going to offer, we have a sign-up list, and if anybody wants to operate the boat and they've been through our certification process, they sign up to be an operator, and we're going to bring somebody in to be a second on that boat. It cannot impact what's going on in Lake Havasu strictly because it's just too busy. So let's say one of the boating officers in Lake Havasu wanted to work a shift, it would have to fall on his days off to do so. It's to augment, not to replace. Better example, holiday weekend, we have 11 boats. Even though I only have 4 boating officers, I put 11 boats out on the water. And that's something we've done since the early 90s, just based on the amount of traffic. So we do rely heavily on our patrol staff to kind of dual train for waterway purposes to either operate boats or be seconds on the boat.
Okay, so you have 11 boats on holiday weekends. Are all these boats going to be assigned with deputies and volunteers, as you mentioned?
If we can make it work, yes. We try and put as many boats out as possible. Sometimes boats are not available because they're either broken down or there's another issue with them. But on the 3 major holiday weekends, as many watercraft as we could put out, we do put out.
Are some of the operators on the boats also normally assigned to routine patrol duty in various areas of the county?
Yeah, most of the time that's the case. So we bring them in. Again, it's kind of an all-call weekend, and that's where we recognize that we're going to have to pay overtime to ensure for the safety of the folks using the water. I mean, we get millions of boaters every year, So
well, I can imagine, and millions of motorcycles and.
Yeah, we gauge it. You know, during certain times it's not as peak, and we don't have to have boats out every day. They might be on a call-out basis. I know I've worked boats for 20 years. I could tell you during the summer months, don't turn your phone off because we're going to call you. And do we need more boating deputies? Of course we do. But you know, with my 10-year plan, we're trying to be very focused on not putting a huge onus on this board, but the county's growing, everything's growing, and we need to stay on top of things. So this is a kind of a gauge to measure the success of moving forward with this program, if there really is a need, as I'm being told.
Okay, my concern, you probably figured out from my questioning, if we're adding more boats to more waterways, then we're taking away from street patrol, and we have a lot of things going on the ground as well as the water. So a lot of the areas in my district are not being patrolled adequately, which you've mentioned in some of your community meetings. And if we take someone from the street and put them on an extra boat or two for the Colorado River, it just seems like we're taking away from regular patrol when it's so needed.
I think you're missing the point. This is an overtime detail. They're not, the regular patrol shift come first. For instance, in your area, yes, there's a need for extra patrol. If you said, Sheriff, I have 200,000, I want an overtime detail in that area, I'll take people on their days off from other areas and bring them into that area. That's exactly what we're doing here. We're not
trying to keep your overtime budget low for obvious reasons, or is?
I don't understand the question.
Overtime costs. I mean, you have a budget for overtime, and hopefully you never have to use that. But, you know, with the shortage of deputies, you're using probably all of that. So now we're adding to overtime?
This is funding that was offered up through parks for the specific detail that we're talking about right now. This is not coming out of our regular overtime budget.
Right, and my question to Mr. Lukowski will be, why aren't we using that money for park improvements, since that's where the savings is? So.
I think I can answer that question. It's coming from, excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so involved.
To that point, Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Gould. That is coming out of the distribution from District 2, from the ARPA funds.
Understand.
So, right. So that is where that money is coming from. It's not taking from any other budget. It's taken from the distribution. It's a pilot program to see if it's needed.
That's right. The money for the boats is not ARPA money. It's parks money. So if Mr. Lukowski could answer that.
Good morning, Chairman Gould, members of the board, Supervisor Bishop.
So my question is, why isn't the money staying with the Parks Department? Do you not need it?
Well, this money has become available because certain funds that have been made available through ARPA funding, District 2, have been appropriated for parks improvements. For example, the water system at $286,000 that was originally in the parks FY22 budget. When that project in particular was funded by ARPA, we had some funds that we were able to work with the Sheriff's Office and establish this program. Simply stated, this program is intended really and is needed as a product of the success at Davis Camp and pulling a $250 million visitors a year into the park, namely for water recreation and water enjoyment. parks at Davis Camp. We have increased our law enforcement to 4 full-time officers. However, none of those officers are particularly trained to operate watercraft, nor do we have our own boats. So the sheriff, in being in a unique position with his own water operators and law enforcement personnel specific for water, has the ability to support us, provide ancillary support to parks to protect our patrons.
Okay, I understand. I just thought maybe Davis Camp might be able to benefit from more park improvements. So you don't plan on coming back for more improvements to Davis Camp in the next few years?
Well, Davis Camp will always look to reinvest its revenues into park improvements as well as services for our patrons. And we do feel, with all due respect, that this service in providing certain waterway enforcement is actually a service to our patrons. It's not a capital improvement per se, but this is providing for their personal safety as well as the safety really for all the patrons at the parks.
Okay, and the boat would just stay within Davis Camp?
That would be at the discretion of the sheriff's office in terms of making that resource available or perhaps pulling it back off a site and bringing it back to site when it's needed. So we'd leave those arrangements to the sheriff's office.
And what distance is Davis Camp? Is that like a mile along the river?
It's a good question. I think we're actually about 2.5 miles of river frontage, but the mile is really that concentrated area by South Beach where we have a jet ski launching, and oftentimes that's mainly where our patrons would recreate. Of course, they will go downstream as well.
Yeah, because otherwise it'd be
just going around in circles, right?
Right. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Angus.
I'm a little confused by the line of conversation here and questioning, isn't Davis Camp in Mohave County? It's a Mohave County property.
Correct.
Okay. And we gave money to the parks, and part of it was for the protection. So right now, if there are issues, and we have park rangers and we're getting more, but historically we really honestly haven't had enough. We've had many, many more since COVID come to Davis Camp. We're seeing many more patrons, which is a good thing, but with that comes a lot of problems, and we're seeing a lot more problems. So I was surprised to learn that we didn't have a county presence at Davis Camp. Bullhead City has been responding. Bullhead Fire has been responding. They do that without being reimbursed. And frankly, they were getting a little, I'm going to say this gently, annoyed, because they're responding to our properties without the benefit, and they've never even asked to be. Because I said, oh, let's either we have to do it or we have to reimburse Bullhead City, because this is our property. So this is what we came up with to see if it is something that is needed. And it's not the whole Colorado River, it's just the Mohave County part of it. We're not gonna be, but you do anyway, right? I mean, if there is a problem on the Colorado River that, Bullhead responds, and if they need you, you would respond also. I mean, we have problems on that Colorado River, and it's getting worse with all the jet skis. And so it is a public safety issue. And isn't Lake Havasu, the part that you're in, part of the city of Lake Havasu?
Supervisor Angus, no, the majority of Lake Havasu is county. It's county responsibility.
But
it's
if
a
you
federal waterway. It's patrolled by county sheriff's offices. There's a lot of different entities, but the actual jurisdiction falls to the sheriff's offices. So a great example would be, again, the city channel. That's patrolled by Lake Havasu because it's a man-made channel. If they need help, we'll go in there, and if we need help on the water, they'll come out. But at the end of the day, we're the ones responsible for taking the incidents.
Right, and that's why I'm saying the same thing. It's going to be the county, but if there is a complete emergency, just like the fire comes if it's needed somewhere, or the police department, you would respond. And this is only on the weekends.
We have made do with less for so long that it's almost a frustration for me. We have responsibility from Parker from Parker Dam all the way up to Meade. There are areas that we simply can't patrol because, again, I don't have staff to do it. So anytime we can get extra boats on the water to try and curb problems, I'm of course going to support that. You look at Maricopa County, the state of Maricopa, they have one little lake. They employ 26 to 40 operators on a daily basis. I have 4. We handle much more activity than probably any other lake in the state, probably any in the nation, and it's a very thankless job when you think about it. If you were the 4, it's not just 9 to 5. Be ready to answer your phone all summer long, get back on a boat because you're going to work. So it goes back to the need, and we'll make it work. We have made it work, but at some point we have to address all these issues, and it all comes down to funding. That's why I don't like getting up here. I say, hey, I need more money because I need more cops. What's the truth of the matter? It's just that simple. So if we can use park money to fund this program, I don't see why there would be an issue with that. This is patrons paying to come into the park. That's to take care of the park, of course, itself and pay for its staff. But these are the ones using the water. These are the ones putting the jet skis out there and crashing in front of the park. So whatever you think is best.
Just to be clear, so what I heard Supervisor Bishop, one of her issues was that this not take away from street patrolling.
It does not, no.
And it will not.
No,
okay.
And I'm open. Like I said, we try and be very creative because we don't have a large staff. If we had another funding source to run burglary details in an area, well, I do that. We do that all the time. So this is kind of one of those things where if the funding's available, we'll put it to good use.
And when is this program going to start?
May 1st.
Okay. I am very happy for this. It's been, I honestly didn't even know, probably a year and a half ago, that we had no presence there, except, we had the park rangers, but we had no sheriff. And, just for perception alone, having somebody with the sheriffs there, we've had a lot of problems, and I've heard it, and I'm glad that we're going to have more park rangers, but there's nothing like having a sheriff with his uniform on to calm things down a bit. And so I'm hoping, maybe it won't, that's why it's a pilot project, but it's going to be interesting to find out. And I know you'll be taking all the statistics and all the information and doing a report to us after the summer.
Sounds good.
Supervisor Langenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. Sheriff, thank you for your time today. I know it's been a long meeting. I know that we have, I think over 1,000 miles of coastline in Mohave County. But if you look at the statistics, I think there's some more deadly segments of that river. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it might be the Arizona Game and Fish. I know that they do. Is it that agency that collects boating fatality information, things like that? But I thought I read that out of all the waterways in Arizona, that this segment of the Colorado River was actually one of the most deadly, maybe one of the top 3 or 4 most deadly in the whole state. Is that accurate? Could you correct me on that, please?
Supervisor Lingenfelter, which section are you referring to? The Bullhead section?
The section by Davis Camp.
Haven't seen the recent stats, but it's always been a deadly body of water in comparison to the other lakes and rivers. It's because Lake Havasu draws in the crowds.
I thought it was like one of the top 5 most deadly sections of waterway we had in the whole state. So I'm not sure what the goals of the pilot program are, but if we can reduce those fatalities,
sure,
that's something that would be a positive. There's a lot of jet skis down there. I don't live down there, but there's a lot of jet skis down there.
And I'd offer this up to all 4 of you as well. We do entertain boating volunteers. If you're interested on your weekends to go out there and help us make the lake safe, we'd be happy to sign you up. Sam, you interested? Jenny? No? Okay.
Supervisor Johnson, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clark County puts no boats on the river, Sheriff?
I couldn't hear the question.
Clark County puts no boats on the river?
I believe Clark County does put boats on the river, but I'm not 100%. I honestly don't know. They share jurisdiction, so I would assume they do.
Looking at the stats, I see we just went from, I believe, 8 water calls in 2020 to 15 in 2021, which isn't very many for 6 months of the boating season. As far as Bullhead responding, that's what mutual aid is for. The county sheriff responds to a lot of calls in the cities for backup, and when the cities are busy, I believe, and the sheriff knows his job and what his requirements are. If he needs to put additional resources up in the Bullhead area, I think that we should take that on the budget time and bring that up. I don't believe that we should be having a pay for protection. You know, what's next? Are we going to say, well, the AV down there, we're having problems. They're going to have to start paying us extra money to run a pilot program to see if we need police protection there. I think if it's a county responsibility, then Mohave County should be paying for it, not the Parks Department. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Bishop.
I think Supervisor Johnson brings up a valid point with mutual aid. We've got Bullhead City patrol boats, we've got a National Park Service, we have Coast Guard, we have Game and Fish, and we have Clark County. So we've got a lot of boats on the water, and maybe this should be addressed during budget time rather than using Park Service, or not Park Service, Mohave County Parks money that obviously Davis Camp needs more improvements. It's had some amazing improvements, and I thank Supervisor Angus for everything that she's done with her ARPA funds, but yeah, there's more to come.
You have not seen a Coast Guard presence other than they fly their helicopter up the river and down the river on 3-day weekends. Part of this, I think, is because the boaters refused to pay the licensing fee that the Coast Guard tried to implement when they provide no service to inland waters. But that's the only presence I ever seen. Occasionally they put somebody on the lake, but it's not something that you can count on. It's similar to the military flights up and down the river on 3-day weekends too. I think it's just a cool place for the pilots to fly, to get their time in. But I just thought I would address that. Thank you.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Angus.
If there were all these boats on the Colorado River down in the county area, I wouldn't have brought this up, but they're not. They're just not. I think that Bullhead got another boat from Sliff this year, but there's problems. I mean, it's a big river and it's a deadly river. And again, we have that jet ski. I want to ask Sam Elters a question. Would this be better, instead of saying that it's being taken from parks, if the ARPA allocation went right to the sheriff's department? Because that seems to be an issue for some of the other supervisors. That's not, it shouldn't be taken from parks.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Angus, we opted to go down this path simply because the funds that were appropriated from the Park Service, from Davis Camp to the water line were offsetted by the ARPA funds. If indeed there is a desire to have the dollar go directly from ARPA to this application, and we wait, I think timing will work because there is a
Okay, I don't think it's necessary. It's kind of a rhetorical question because, again, it's the same pot of money. It's the shell game. I mean, it's the same money. So whether it goes to the sheriff or if it goes to the parks, it's going to, it's been designated to use to see if it will be necessary to increase the sheriff's budget in the future, if there's a need for it. I think this summer is going to tell the tale because we have seen such an increase and we've seen some very deadly accidents last year, and people in my district are very concerned, and they're saying, and they go to their city council meetings and they're being told, well, we have to respond to it, but we're not getting reimbursed, we're not that, so well, what's the county doing? Why isn't the county, don't we pay our taxes? And they do, they pay a lot in taxes in my district. So I think that they deserve to have the modicum of security on the river, so they don't have to witness, be a part of all these accidents, devastation, and illegalities that happen every weekend on the river.
Chairman Gould, if I may, just for edification, I want to make sure everybody understands. There are many agencies that patrol the water. There's only 2 agencies that are mandated to take response, if that makes sense. If there's a boating accident, it's not going to be Game and Fish handling it. They're not out there very often. It's certainly not going to be the Coast Guard. It's going to be one of the 2 sheriff's offices. It's been that way since the late 80s that I've been here, and I don't see that ever changing because it's statutorily required, and that holds true for every ounce of the water from, like I said, all the way from down from Parker Dam up to the Davis Camp. We do patrol the water right above Lake Havasu routinely. We have river patrols, and if there's incidents that occur and we don't have a boat in the area, we respond by land because it's very fluid. If a boat crashes, by the time we get there, it's usually on shore, but we ensure that we handle all of the necessary requirements. It's difficult. We don't have a lot of staffing to spread it around, so in order to do any additional patrolling in that area, it has to come from an outside source, which would be an overtime fund. Davis Camp has been problematic, and we're working with the parks and with Bullhead City to resolve a lot of issues. People call for 911. It either goes to the Bullhead City Dispatch Center or our dispatch center, and then in return it's forwarded to Davis Camp for the Rangers to handle. That's the normal protocol. So if Bullhead gets a cell call and they send their officers, I've told them that's on you. You need to forward it to Davis Camp. If they refuse or don't have personnel and you go, okay, that makes sense. We're in the same boat. We handled over 200 calls at Davis Camp last year. And my guys are running 40 minutes out of the patrol area through Bullhead City to get down there to do a welfare check. Nothing against the camp staff, because I talked with Mr. Lutowski and he agreed we got to get more rangers in there so they can control their own. So we're heading in the right direction. We're just about the safety of it all, making sure that the people using that water, as congested as it is, see a presence and have enforcement.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Bishop.
Sheriff Schuster, I'm not against adding patrol to Bullhead City. I mean, everybody I've talked to that's ever worked on the boats, myself included, it's fun to work the boats. You know, maybe not during an accident, but for the most part, most of your shift is community awareness and good feeling stuff, with an occasional accident, which are terrible on the water, absolutely terrible. But my concern is my constituents in White Hills, Dolan Springs, Chloride, Meadview, they're sometimes waiting for days to get a patrol officer to take a report. Sometimes they're not even taking a report, they're just calling it an incident, and there's not even a case number to refer back on. So I have to try to massage that a little bit and explain why some calls get an immediate response and some take days because of the distance and the remoteness. So if it means one extra deputy on the street that might be able to go to these areas, that's what I'm thinking. So it's not anything against the boats or not supporting you, my sheriff. It's supporting my constituents, as Supervisor Angus is. It's the need that's out there.
Supervisor Bishop, thank you for that sentiment. I appreciate your support. And I do want to point out, if your constituents come to you and say it took 2 to 3 days for a response, please send them to me. That should never occur. We have grown quite a bit over the last 7 years. Often we get third-party information, so please direct it personally to me so I can look at that. And yeah, we need to expand our remote areas. We have problems all over this county where we are taking longer than we should to get there, and that's what happens when you don't have enough deputies. That's why every budget hearing or every budget season you hear me saying I need more deputies, need more deputies. We need a lot of things, but I need boots on the ground, and that's what we're going to keep pushing for. So this is an opportunity again to hit that area on an overtime detail, not take away from patrol. I understand your position, and we're very creative. We've run a lot of details that no one on the board even knows about in a lot of areas trying to curb in crime. So any support you can give us, we appreciate it.
Okay, if this passes, I'd just encourage you to work harder to get more volunteers to man those boats, reserve deputy sheriffs that can do investigations and
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure of the board.
Chairman Gould, I make a motion that we approve item 21, still on the consent agenda.
I'll second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
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 Yes, the ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Number 23.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Sorry about keeping you waiting. Whose was 23?
It was asked to be removed.
They call it Chris Rodarty.
Chris Rodarty, Kingman. I'm opposed to item 23 on today's agenda. Once again, I must remind everyone I do not oppose safe highways. What I read here is yet more evidence of Mohave County sticking its hand out for a handout with strings, or should I say ropes, attached. This time for $500,000 in scenic byways grant money. Once accepted, will likely be complying with the same edicts we saw outlined in last meeting's RAISE grant application. Only this time, our Public Works Department omitted the grant application itself from the package, supporting the agenda item, which tells me that could have just been an error, or this might even be worse than the RAISE requirements. Haven't had a chance to look at it. But I did, however, get a glimpse of what lies ahead by reading the memo itself, portions of which I'll now read for the audience. To summarize, this request is to construct steel-backed timber guardrails on sections of the Oatman Highway. And if you listen closely, you'll hear some vaguely familiar buzzwords. So I'm quoting now from the memo. With minimal cost to the county, and that sounds good, Public Works plans to use the FY22 Scenic Byways Grant, which appropriated $22 million in highway infrastructure program funds for competitive award by the United States Department of Transportation and Federal Highway Administration for specific designated highway projects that will have a significant local or regional impact towards safety, equity and accessibility, economic strength and sustainability. So there it is once again. Will be selling us out, stomping on our constitutional freedom in favor of globalism to get a few pieces of silver. And one Mohave County supervisor asked me at the last meeting, what do I suggest the county do to repair our roads? Raise taxes? How about prudently spending our existing tax dollars? How about eliminating bureaucratic departmental layers in county government and freeing up funds for our roads? And how about we stand up and say no to the feudal deep state? Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve item 23.
Second.
For that motion and second, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. You want to take a five? Let's take a 5-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, board members. Michael is on annual leave. He had planned this before the board directed staff to come back. With that said, we have both Chris and Resh here to answer any question you may have. We do, Michael did see to it that information was put together in response to the question that you and the board members had, and we trusted that there was limited feedback, so we thought the answers, the information that was provided was adequate. If you do have additional answers, I'll ask either Chris or Naresh to come up and answer.
Questions for staff? Let me try turning this on.
Okay.
Questions for staff?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. I think I asked for this to be brought back, and it's a small amount of money, but it's part of this bigger, and the reason I'm going to say just to go ahead and approve it now is because we're going to be really talking more about this in the future item for public health. It's just part of these consortiums and committees and, you know, that are there but don't seem to have any method of measuring outcome. And I know that you sent it and you gave me all the information I requested, so I don't really have any other information, you know, any problem with this right now. I do want to watch it. But when we get to the public health one, it's all part of the same problem I have, so I'd rather wait till that to talk about these consortiums and things like that. It's, you know, just for the sake of time, honestly.
Anyone else? Supervisor Bishop?
I just wanted to make a comment. Supervisor Angus, rightfully so, is pulling all of these grant applications for her constituents, which are the same constituents that show up meeting after meeting. But as long as we are in this current presidential administration, we're going to be seeing some of the socialist wording in our grants. It doesn't mean that we have to do anything different. We're not having to pull strings or ropes as it's been described. It's the way these grants are going to be coming to us. And without those grants, this board needs to take a serious look at raising our property taxes to supplement what we're getting or what we used to get in grant monies, because we can't operate without the funding. If we don't get grant money, then we're going to have to do some kind of a special election to raise taxes or get a sales tax. The county has to have money to operate, or we need to reduce some of these programs that we are not mandated to provide. So we need to take a hard look at what Mohave County wants to be in the future. Do we want to eliminate everything except for mandated services? That's a decision this board needs to consider. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Chairman Gould, I just want
Angus.
to remind everyone that community services is almost completely grant funded, correct?
That is correct.
And so you're talking about a whole department. You know, I'm sure we all have our opinions on whether it's a good use of money. I know I have my opinions, but that maybe is a discussion that we should have for the future. If a lot of these programs, I mean, just because the money's there doesn't, again, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And maybe we should take a really hard look at some of these programs and make sure that the money is being well spent, because that's our job. You know, we don't have the ability to say you're going to get this amount of money, but is the money being spent wisely? And I think that's really, as a board, all we can do.
Further questions for staff? Thanks, guys.
Chairman Gould, I make a motion that we approve item 32 as written.
I have a member of the public that wants to speak first, but we'll put that on hold for a moment. Tanya Dowson.
Good afternoon, Tanya Dowson, Mohave County taxpayer and voter. And The Arizona Balance of State Continuum of Care Guidance Charter says people have a right to safe, affordable housing and supportive services. Housing and supportive services are resources and services that are the product of somebody else's time, talent, and energy. How is anyone entitled to someone else's time, energy, and talent without their consent or just compensation? I must have the right to give resources and services to charities that I choose. The government must not force me to give to charities with my tax money. Taking someone else's money by force and giving it to special interests is theft and redistribution. For Gene Bishop, Supervisor Gene Bishop, yes, our tax dollars are ultimately taken from us through the threat of violence. We pay our taxes because we can go to jail if we don't pay them. That's the threat of violence. I know you're not watching or looking at me, but that was directed at you. I hope you heard that.
I heard every word. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another concern I have is that in order to receive this grant money, the county is required to comply with social justice racial equity initiative. California supervisors sold us out to socialism. They accepted these grants that had these socialist requirements. And look where they are now. And look what kind of government, look at the people that are leaving there. Okay? We don't want socialism. We are running from socialism. We want our freedom. We don't want you to sell our freedom for these grants with these socialist strings attached. And yes, they were ropes in California. They drove us away. And so if I see that happening here, I know what's going to happen here. You know, and what else? You know, freedom is the best thing that Arizona has going for it, and you need to preserve it. And you have the ability to do that if you choose to. So anyway, I asked the Social Justice Racial Equity Work Group for links to more information on definitions, and I don't know where I could put this. One of the links linked to the Race Forward. Does this go here? Mm-hmm. Okay. And this is Organizing for Racial Equity within the federal government. And it's basically, they're infiltrating our government, how to do it. And they have if there's resistance, they have a process of what to do, of re-education, propaganda, and they'll replace you if none of that works on you. And they also have advancing racial equity and transforming government. They want to transform our government. So this is serious stuff. How is it that there's resources that were specifically designed to undermine our individual freedom are being used against us by our own government? County employees need to study the Constitution, not these Marxist ideologies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Manager.
since reference was made to county employees, let me just say, I won't speak to all grants, but to the ones related to transportation specifically. Been doing transportation my whole adult life and my professional career, whether it's Waze or whether it's the scenic byways or whether it's highway safety improvement plans or funds. Those have been in place for many, many years. Have been in place not just now during this administration, but during the previous one and the previous one to that and the previous one to that one. Those are used based on criteria that you have to meet, especially the safety related ones. They're used on county highways for edge lines, rumble strips. So if somebody starts to depart the roadway, it jars them and they can overcorrect or correct their path. It's used on center lines. It's used for guardrails to where it's needed to protect from somebody going overboard. It's used for bicyclists, traffic signals, you name it. So whether there is some language that was added now or inserted in some of these contracts, it from a professional perspective, it truly does not change anything. It's sought out for safety and only when it's needed, and it's applied for those purposes, and it has been in place for many years, and we pursued it for many years as professionals. So I felt compelled to share that with you. I failed to see the connection between the language related to these current times that we're experiencing and the need for safety-related improvements on our public roads and county highways, and they only qualify. There's a lot of competition, and only the ones that really need it do qualify. Thank you for giving me time to share that with you.
I was addressing the homeless grant, the item number 32. I wasn't addressing the transportation. But the transportation, when it has redistributive policies in it, like helping the underserved, maybe the underserved are underserved because they're under contributing. So the people who contribute should benefit from the fruits of their labor. And
Chairman Gold, I think we're off topic.
Bishop. Yeah. Go ahead and wrap up.
Okay, I'll wrap up. We have to watch out for the strings attached because the strings are going to be enforced. They may not have been enforced for the past decades, but this government is changing and they are going to make sure these things are enforced. So when you see them, you have to take them seriously. You can't just assume it's going to be business as usual.
Sure, and I agree. And the reason that these things are getting into contracts is because the left operates under Saul Alinsky and wants to create friction, because they can get people to, if you create friction, you can make people angry, and then you can get them to do things that they wouldn't normally do. And that's why the left is putting this stuff into contracts where it doesn't really apply. There's no reason for those to even be in things like transportation. They're trying to embed this in everything that we do.
Yeah.
Because if we ever to reach a colorblind society, then they would lose power, because they would no longer have friction, and they thrive off friction and do everything that they can to create friction. Mm-hmm. But thanks for testifying.
Thank you.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
I just wanted to note that our elderly homeless has become a true crisis in this country. People living off from Social Security can't keep up with the rising costs of owning a home, and they are becoming homeless. And I think that if this grant helps just one of those elderly people, it could be your mother or your grandmother or grandfather, I think we have to do what we can at the county level. So I will make a motion again that we approve item number 32.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. I vote nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Item 33. Tara. Pleasure of the board.
Second.
Motion, and you've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Sorry. Tired eyes. Number 34. Mr. Latowski. Is continued by the board from their April 4th meeting.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gould, members of the board. This item concerns a continued item concerning the abandonment of a small portion of Lynn Drive, and it's between Valencia and Gardner in the Fort Mohave area. Staff did further research and provided a memo to the board, which analyzes and presents the compensation received by the county for what were 4 previous abandonments. I do point out that The abandonments that occurred in 2020, 2016, and 2015 were all compensation to the county for 100% of appraised value. This particular applicant is offering only 50% of appraised value, which is about $3,550. However, his appraisal has jumped up significantly from the previous purchases of right-of-way. I will note there's one other abandonment. It was way back in 2005, and we have no record and poured through the meeting minutes that the county ever received compensation. So it looks like the board acted in 05 to abandon right-of-way, but received no compensation.
Questions for Mr. Latosky? What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gould, I make a motion that we deny and encourage this, this person to consider paying the 100% of the appraised value.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye.
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 Those opposed vote nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it. It's ordered. 35. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. I've been working on this item with the residents up in the Beaver Dam area. Attorney Tyler Palmer and Steve Latosky. Also, I see Kathy Taggett-Hicks and she's the agent for Guy and the TA Travel Center. I want to thank you all for coming to the table to present this item under the final ARPA rules, which went into effect in April this month. This is an allowable project of ARPA funds for District 1. And I'd invite Kathy down if you want to just say a couple of words about this project or the travel center and the schedule for the travel center.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Kathy Taggett-Hicks. I've been connected with the project since the inception. The project is moving full speed ahead, and I'm happy that this is on your calendar today so that we can move full speed ahead. I've already submitted the commercial site plan, be an SUP coming through for the sign that's proposed. The grading permit information is ready. I'll be submitting that. So we're pleased that we've got resolution on this. I thank you and certainly the staff, and Steve's always tremendous for getting it wrapped up. So we're ready to move forward, and thank you.
It's a great commercial development for up on the Strip, and we thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Kathy, I have a question. Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Bishop.
Yes.
Maybe it's not a question as much as it is a statement. I think this sets a bad precedent for Mohave County roads. I think if we approve this, we're going to have problems going forward with other developments. And I appreciate the fact that Supervisor Lingenfelter is willing to spend some of his ARPA money on this road, but and I'm really happy that you support it too. But I'm going to vote no on this because of principle. I think going forward, this is just bad policy.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Just to clarify on that, we're going to bring the road up to a condition that will be up to county standards. However, it's going to be up to the residents of that area to go through the regular process to petition that roadway to be incorporated into any sort of a Mohave County maintenance program. That's all on them. So appreciate it. And if there's no other questions, I'd make a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you. I also have the same concerns that Supervisor Bishop does. I didn't want to get involved in this because it is ARPA funds and it's up to Supervisor Lingenfelter how he wants to spend those as long as it's within the required parameters of the money that's being given to us. But I believe that by doing this, we're taking a road that is not even in the county system, and I understand what Supervisor Lingenfelter is saying, they'll come back later. but I think it opens us up for other people who have done improvement districts in the past to fix things that they're going to expect us now to do it without doing improvements. It has nothing to do with Supervisor Lingenfelter spending his money. I think it's a bad precedent. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
I would say, as we all know, this ARPA funding is just one-time funding, and all projects are on a case-by-case basis. I would say if anybody wants to come forward in the future, then we would still reserve the option to say no. I'd make a motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Number 36. Denise. This item was continued by the board from the April 4th meeting.
Chairman Gould, members of the board, I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Questions for Denise?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Angus.
Okay, we've talked about this. So what this is this is the marijuana tax money that's coming back to public health over a 2-year period. It's $147,000. And from last meeting, you said that it will be used for the Mohave County Mental Health Resource Team. And so we continued this, and during that time, I did a little research and I spoke to Denise, and I've learned a lot, actually, and unfortunately, most of it isn't good. So I read your backup material, and I did some investigating into the MHRT, and you were nice enough to send an invitation this morning showing me who's on this, but in your backup, you have members of the team include the Arizona Youth Partnership community members, Kingman Unified School District, Larry Toonfor's Kingman Academy of Learning, the McCain Institute, Mohave County Probation, Bullhead State Police, Hospice of Havasu, West Care, and Southwest Behavioral Health Services. So 3 of those entities are in my district, and I called each one of them, and they didn't know really what I was talking about at all. And then I spoke to these entities that have a stake in the mental health and the serving of people with mental health issues in our county, and they all have good ideas about really what is needed. So I'm assuming that this consortium or committee, that's their purpose, but I don't really see it having the effect that you believe it will. It's just, this goes back to that other issue with the continuum of health or whatever that was, the homeless. We have all of these committees, consortiums that meet, take time out of people's days, but we don't have a measure of what the outcomes are. And again, like we talked about last meeting, as far as homelessness, just like with Supervisor Bishop, more and more people are, it doesn't seem to be having the effect that we want it to have. And then more money is being used for the administration of it. So going forward, this is a money that's going to be ongoing. It's not a one-time thing because it's the sales tax generated by the sale of marijuana, right? So this isn't going to be an ongoing pot of money.
So Supervisor Angus, there are 2 different sets of money, actually. So there are 2 pots of money, basically. Okay. So this pot is 2 years only.
Sorry to laugh.
Literally, right? Sorry, bad acronym. Bad pun. Okay. But this particular bucket, we'll use that term instead.
There you go.
Thanks. Is 2 years only. And the other funds that are coming down the pike are based on taxes and will be ongoing.
So this isn't the tax money. Why not?
This is, and maybe Melissa, do you have a better explanation of, this is part of the funding, but we have been assured time and time again, because we did ask ADHS about this, because of course as a health officer you're going, well, wait a minute, you're giving us money? And for what? And how? And where are the strings? And they basically said that it's for public health issues and concerns in your county, and it is 2 years only, And then there are other buckets of money that are out there that are more in the ongoing piece. And some of those are going to law enforcement. There's a small portion that's going to public health, and I'm sure it's broken out into other pieces I'm not aware of.
All right, so this is just yours. So in this, list of things that this money and this mental health resource team does, another branch of MHRT is the loved ones stolen by suicide. Again, no one has heard of it. The people who dole out these services, they haven't heard of it. And this is really not anything to do with your department. I just think that we are so inundated with money coming in by grants, and people, it's all well-intentioned. People want to help, but there's so much duplication of services that people see these invitations to these meetings come on their emails, and they're like, oh, another one. So when I saw this, like, okay, well, at least, well, first of all, what is the McCain Institute, and why would they be on this committee?
They are participating, they're part of ASU, and they are looking at trainings offered through the McCain Institute as far as that goes.
Yeah, but then on the invitation you sent this morning, there were like 100 people on it. So if you have a consortium meeting on Zoom of 100 people, I don't really see what can come of it. And that's the complaints I'm getting from the people who are actually on these phone calls. Like we don't really see, the benefit of it. We're already doing it. And so it seems to me a better use of this money would be to gather all this information and do a consortium and sort of like a clearinghouse of services. So if someone says we need suicide loss, oh, well, this agency is doing it. This agency is doing it. But and even if that's your intention, it is not working. It's not. And because I'm just telling you what I'm hearing on the ground, because I do have my ear on the ground on a lot of these nonprofit social services thing. It's just, and if you're going to take time out of people's day, then there's got to be a benefit and then a measure at the end of the success of it.
Right. And I totally understand where you're coming from, Supervisor Angus. I really do. And I would say that this particular group has been monumentally successful in bringing together a large group of people who have a common interest that we don't have with any other consortium. The other one might be the Mohave Health Coalition, where you have a large number of people that are, the question is whether or not they're actively involved. People have to commit to spending the time in the meetings. People have to commit to activities. That's the only way as a consortium, when you don't have any other money funding it, to get anything done.
Well, maybe you just don't need the consortium. There are so many other, there's the HRSA consortium now with Reach Out. I'm just, there's going to be a consortium for that. So I just think, I'm not belittling the reason for it. I'm just saying that after a while, it becomes white noise out there. It's just, oh, it's another one, when maybe the money can be better served another way. I happen to know the person who actually started the Mohave County Mental Health Resource Team, and it was started for training for crisis and things like that. And he even told me he stopped going because it was a waste of time. Because other agencies are doing it, they're getting what they need already. So, in this sort of effort to spend the money we get on grants, I don't think we're really doing the work to make sure that it's really needed. And maybe you can use that money for some other better served. So maybe next time you have this consortium, you should ask your people, is this a good thing for you? Instead of saying, well, this is what we're going to do. What can we do for you to make this a better use of your time?
Well, I mean, I think there's always ways that we can improve a consortium and make it more functional. I mean, that goes without saying, right? I mean, I think that we're always looking to improve our services, and meeting to meeting just to meet is not a successful way of benefiting the community. But I also want to say that this particular group will be looking at some of the things that I had started prior to the pandemic, which was the mental health first aid training and trying to get more people trained in the community to deal with crisis.
But there's already agencies doing it, is my point.
I haven't seen that.
Well,
I mean, literally, I have not that we don't have trainers out doing the training, but I don't think we've had it to the level that we need to. And quite clearly, we have some of the highest, we have probably the highest per capita suicide rate in our county. And so prevention has got to be a message that we get across to people in order to solve that problem. If treatment is one side of it, and it's important, but prevention is just something that we have never, in my role here, had a budget to actually work with. And so to actually look at strategies that we can implement to make that happen is exciting and has great prospects for the community as a whole. And I think that we'll be using some of the data that we get from our community health assessment to help move that forward, and mental health is a big component of that. We're a provider shortage area. We already know that. That's not going to change overnight. So how do we start preventing these issues? And it may be that we need to reach out to all of these agencies and say, what do you think prevention-wise is going to work in this community? That's an okay thing to ask. It really is. And if we get some good feedback on that, that's how we would proceed. But we have to look at this, I think, as a prevention tool, because we just don't have the providers here to provide the treatment aspect of it. Many of these people don't have the funds to pay for that either.
Okay, I'm going to tell you that in the next few years, we will have more providers here.
I am so hopeful.
I'm promising you there will be more providers here. But what my point is that public health should adapt to what the need is, not telling what the need is, right?
That's hence the reason for the consortium.
I have a whole issue with this as it is, but if you're going to do it, it goes back to what we talked about earlier. We are the stewards of the money, whether it's coming from the feds, the state. We still have a say on where it goes.
Absolutely.
And that it's used to the best use it can possibly be used. And frankly, I just don't see that. So there will be this kind of ongoing, and I just hope that when you meet with these people, that you let them tell you what they need. There are some needs out there, but there's a lot of agencies, nonprofits, and there's so much duplication of services.
Yeah, and we don't need that.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely. Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Director Burley. I don't know anything about this, and maybe you could help me. Your department could send me information to my district office, but has there ever been a process where you've actually mapped if there are multiple consortiums or groups that are providing similar services, like map them all out, their service territory, what their mission and goals are, where they operate, and then just looking at where the service gaps are? This kind of stuff, this social services stuff, to me, it's almost like the housing issue. It's like one size isn't going to fit all. It's got to be some sort of like a quilt, patchwork type of a deal. I mean, you look at all the different areas where Havasu is so much more different than the Arizona Strip area, and Bullhead is much different than either one of those areas. You have to tailor solutions, and I can see how it would get overwhelming if you had multiple agencies, and making sure that they're all playing their role and they're all marching and aiming up collectively in the same way.
Right.
I don't know, maybe you could just send me that information so I could have a better picture.
I can actually absolutely do that. And one of the areas that I think you'll see is with prescription drug overdose. We've been really trying to coordinate and organize all the different organizations that are working towards reducing, preventing, treating those particular individuals, and trying to reduce that problem, and making sure that we're not stepping on each other on the way, because again, that doesn't serve anybody. It doesn't really make good use of all the resources that are available, and I think it just provides more problems or offers more problems than anything else. So I'm absolutely happy to send you what we have.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Denise, and in support of Supervisor Lingenfelter. He's big on studies and wanting statistics and charts and graphs and all that, and I think that's good. And I think these funds are available for 2 years, a total of $147,000. And if you're able to provide that information, I think it'll help our Reach Out program, which should be starting about at the end of that 2-year program. So maybe this is just a step up to support the new Reach Out program that we'll be having with the jail.
Supervisor Angus.
Yes, ma'am.
About, when I first took office, like the first year I went to, it was a WACOG meeting for social services, and they went around the room and everybody introduced themselves and what their agency does. And it always stood out to me. Somebody said, you know, we help people with utility bills and this. And then the next guy said, really? Because we always get people who need help with their utility thing. We don't have that for our agency. And I thought, how could we not have this? So for the last 10 years, every agency I know has asked for a resource guide, a summit, a resource guide, where everybody gets to know what everybody else is doing. And it's hard to believe that after all this time, we don't have one. There have been attempts at it, but for some reason, they just, I don't know if all the agencies and nonprofits change their missions. I don't know what it is, but they're still clamoring for it. So I think it would be a good thing for the county, and the purpose of the county is to sort of organize that instead of sort of pushing it and doing the summit. You know, having people in a room looking at each other, this is what we're talking to each other. We just haven't done that, and I think that's a big loss.
Supervisor Angus, we actually have that on our webpage. That resource guide, that very resource guide you're referring to.
Who knows about, I mean, so people have to go to the website. I'm saying, does the social service agency, do they know about it? How would people know to go to our webpage?
I'm not aware of how it was publicized, do you know?
I don't think we publicized it yet. It was quite a process between, we had a strategic work group that worked on this, and then we also needed to work with IT in order to get it up and running. And what IT did was they used the GIS mapping tool. And so you can go into the website, you can put in what the need is and the community area, and it maps it. We still have internal staff that are testing it to make sure that the information is correct, that everything's popping up the way it should, but it is on our website right now. Anybody could go on there and look at it. It's under community resource list.
It's for the end user, though. It's for the public. I'm talking about.
It can also be utilized by the nonprofit organizations, anybody that's out there working with individuals.
Right.
The idea was we had so many resource guides out there, and one was 50 pages long, and no one was keeping track of if the information was correct, current, updated, and this is our quote unquote solution to it. It's a work in progress. So I wouldn't say it's the end result. It's an ongoing project, but you can pull down the information and actually create your own flyer. If you have a specific event where you're working with individuals in need of food or anything like that, you can actually pull the information off of it, cut and paste it into a document, and then you have your handout.
Okay, that sounds pretty good. But I think the need to promote it more so people know about it. It's nice it's there, but if no one knows about it.
Right. And I think it's the testing process. We want to make sure that information is accurate before it's publicized.
Okay.
Denise, do we still do youth drug aversion?
Yeah, not specifically.
This is marijuana money. The legalization of marijuana is going to entice more children to try marijuana, which then in turn a percentage of those are going to go on to use harder drugs. And along with the enhanced marijuana that you see now, where they consolidate the marijuana using Nug Smasher that's made in Lake Havasu City in the former Kmart building, I think you're going to see more mental illness. They're seeing more mental illness in Colorado.
Yes.
And money might be better spent diverting children from starting to use drugs rather than the effects of their long-term effects.
Right.
How we do that, I don't know. I think that's really the big question. But that might be something we should explore.
Yeah, Chairman Gould, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I do think that, especially with vaping and how you can put certain substances in vaping products. I mean, it just becomes a little easier and easier and a slippery slope in how you can use some of these illicit drugs, and as well, they're legal, but for younger age participants in that. So these are definitely areas of concern for us, of course, as we see vaping increase and cigarette smoking increasing, and we have a pretty high smoking rate in our county anyway, and youth smoking rate, yeah, we are. So this is a concern. So there are definitely things that we would like to do.
Thank you.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
If there's no further discussion, I'll make the motion that we accept the public health portion of Senate Bill 1847 funds in the amount of $73,000 and budget accordingly.
I'll second that.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Number 37.
Mr. Chairman, board members, Ken Cunningham is not available today, but I have Leanne and Byron. Again, this was scheduled at the previous board meeting with the intent of placing it in front of you to give you a chance to think through it, ask staff any questions, and then adopt it hopefully today. So to that end, Leanne and Byron will answer your questions, and then hopefully we'll get your approval to implement this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions for staff? What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item 39, Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I put this on the agenda. It was brought to my attention of the Toroweep area having problems with maybe limiting access again. So if the board agrees, we just send it to staff to have them come back and find out if we can use RS 2477 or if any action is needed by the board to continue to have open spaces for our residents.
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Oh, nothing. Thank you.
Okay, I thought I said signaling. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to refer this to staff, come back with a recommendation as to the county's involvement.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Number 40, Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. I'm not exactly sure how to approach the item. The attorney's office helped me with the language of it, but essentially all I wanted to do was have a little more conversation about this particular grant. So I'm not sure if I need to motion to approve the reconsideration of item 45 from the April 4th, 2022 Board of Supervisors agenda. Before we can discuss that, is that correct, Tyler?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor, yes, I believe that would be accurate.
And I would make that motion.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. Tyler, would I need to also make a motion for number 2 prior to discussion?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lingenfelter, no, I think it's now open for discussion as it's on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. If I could get Tammy to come down, our Economic Development Director. So this is an Arizona Commerce Authority grant. The name of it is an Economic Strength Project. And sorry, Tammy, I didn't see the application that we were submitting on our prior item. But I did look up the grant. I believe this is the grant that we won last year for $275,000. We had to return it. By reading the grant, the Economic Strength Project grant, it says it has to be tied to a manufacturer established for over 2 years, and that it has to be a project that is significantly going to improve the number of new jobs or foster significant private capital investment or make a significant contribution to the regional economy, particularly to base industries like manufacturing. So I just wanted to make sure that we were putting our best foot forward with this application, and I wanted to know who the manufacturer was that we were citing in this application.
This has been done through Public Works, through, I don't know if he's still here, Steve,
Steve's in front right there.
Through Steve. He's the one that actually did it, so he's the one that knows of the area better than I do in that particular area. And
the criteria also says that it has to be tied to a manufacturer established for over 2 years, and that the final projects that would be chosen by the Arizona Commerce Authority's Rural Business Development Advisory Council. I did reach out to Steve, and he, brilliant as always, gave me the safety and the mobility reasons for the road. But in this particular grant, in order to be successful, you have to tie it to a manufacturer that's established for over 2 years. And I want to make sure that's what the grant guidance says that.
And I understand that, and I don't know that particular area, and I did tell that to Steve earlier too. I don't know that particular area of what the manufacturers are there. I do know down the road a little bit. We've got, Dot Foods, which is not a manufacturer, but we've got other manufacturers in that area. But I don't know that particular little spot.
So in our grant application, in order for it to be successful, I think we have to demonstrate the criteria that they've published. And I'm just curious, how did we advertise it, or how did we, you write the grant to the grant, obviously. Those 3 criteria and the fact that you have to tie the grant to a manufacturer that's been established for over 2 years or base industry, how did we do that in this grant? And I ask now that it be brought back because the grant application deadline is the 29th.
Right.
So if there's any reason that we would have to find a different road that's actually has a manufacturer that's been established for 2 years, we might have some time to get something else.
I do know in the past that this grant has been used with areas that did not have manufacturers established specifically for 2 years. An example would be it was used for the water tower that we have out in Griffith, and it was for projection of manufacturing that would be coming. And last year, we would have received the grant as well, but there were some little hiccups, which I didn't write the grant, so I don't know exactly what that was. But so it wasn't that we made a mistake and shouldn't have applied for it because of manufacturing. It was just that was projection that was going to be coming. So I'm assuming, since I didn't write this grant either, but I'm assuming that is projection that's coming to that area, not specifically for the last 2 years.
So I have a couple of questions. The first question is, this is an Arizona Commerce Authority grant that supports base industries, their transportation requirements of base industries. So I'm not sure why it's not going through your office, economic development. And my second question is, how are we identifying roads under this program to be submitted?
It was done through Public Works.
Steve, do you want to talk about how? And really, I'm only asking because I want this application to be successful.
Of course, and I duly appreciate your concern, and this is very important for the whole board. Chairman Gould, members of the board, Supervisor Lingenfelter, this grant has to address one of the 3 economic strength program grant requirements, just one. And they were, as presented to us in preparing and deciding on this grant, 1, significantly increase the number of new jobs, or 2, foster significant private capital investment, or 3, otherwise areas make a significant contribution to the regional economy, particularly in the base industry. So base industries are anything that excludes retail, tourism, hospitality, and entertainment-oriented businesses. So like a Dot Foods or a Freeman, which we kind of discussed in the grant as our anchor industries, those would still be considered base industries. The hiccup last year, the exclusion last year was because the county, we awarded a construction contract prior to us becoming aware of this ACA grant, and we incurred costs prior to the county entering into a funding reimbursement with ACA. In this case, we're proposing on Mountain View Road, the 0.75 miles that, if constructed, will establish a continuous route for local traffic to pull local traffic off of State Route 95 from Boundary Cone all the way up to the Bullhead City line. So this project was selected Mountain View Road because we saw an ability to demonstrate that we're building capacity, thus enhancing mobility and safety. Safety kind of factors into travel time reliability for what is 10% heavy vehicles that utilize that corridor, and really is a backbone corridor for accessing either State Route 68 or, of course, the I-40 to the south. The other thing, and perhaps this is just maybe a motivation on behalf of the county, or at least on behalf of Public Works and HERF, is we are actually committed, the county is committed to funding this Mountain View project. There's only $330,000 in federal funds for construction, but the latest estimate at 60% plans is over $2 million. So the county is at a deficit right now of $1.7 billion, and this grant, if awarded, would stave off $500,000 of otherwise HERF obligation. So getting back to the root point, and we need to prove this to make the grant successful, it was improving the capacity of the roadway, which would enhance and have a direct impact on State Route 95, and thus providing for mobility and travel time reliability would speak to the future investment into new properties. And I'll just leave with this. We identified about 11,200 vacant acres of property between Sterling Road on south of Courtright Road. So just by means of some local economic impact studies, if just 5% of those lands would develop, we were looking at about $500 million of capital investment and 1,500 new jobs.
Sure. I don't think that the grant is entertains speculative development. You mentioned Dot Foods. If there's any way that you could tie the application to Dot Foods, then that would be a positive thing, I would think, because we obviously want to support, their tremendous contribution to Mohave County. They're doing an awesome job. And then just, I guess, for the future, if the board could have some input as to which roads are incorporated into this program. I know that in my district, we have the Kingman Industrial Park, over 74 companies, a huge contributor of base industries in a very small concentrated area, and there's some roads in there that would need some help too. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Bishop.
So Kingman Industrial Park is within the city of Kingman, correct?
No, it's not. It's actually not. It's not. It's in unincorporated Mohave County.
Weird, huh?
The city of Kingman owns the Kingman Industrial Park, and we maintain the roads, but we don't build the roads out there. And hopefully, Steve, can you confirm that?
Yes, the city of Kingman administers the Kingman Industrial Park and, of course, the airport, but the area is in the unincorporated area of Mohave County, so the public rights-of-ways and roadways are under county administration.
So the city of Kingman, to build new roads, they have to come to us to get our approval.
Correct. They essentially have to work on their right-of-way use permit, and we work very well with the city, and that's the mechanism.
Yeah, absolutely. So this grant, the way it was written, is correct, and there's no problems with the way the grant was applied for?
Correct. In this particular call, the FY22 call for grant submittals, we very carefully looked at this particular project as meeting all of the requirements, particularly on the delivery side. This project will not be going to construction until federal fiscal year 23. It won't even be advertised until the fall. So we do expect the award to be made and the agreements in place by the time we advertise this project for construction.
Okay, so the correct motion at this point, unless Supervisor Lingenfelter thinks differently, is we should reapprove, I'll just make a motion that we reapprove item agenda 45 from the April 4th, 2022 BOS agenda.
I had motion for, to second for approval, or for discussion.
Heard that motion and second. Any further discussion?
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
I wish you the best of luck on this application. I certainly do. The only reason I put it on was to make sure that we had all the i's dotted and the t's crossed. Hopefully you are successful. In the future, if you're looking for a way to partner with the city of Kingman, this grant opportunity might be it. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. I believe that completes our agenda. We're adjourned.
What's Thursday?
I think we